in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Mr. Tubi.
Shall we be silent to administer the oath to the honorable colleague? Honorable Tubi Bidu Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, shall we administer the oath in silence?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Honorable Ali Wario Guyo, and Honorable Julius Sonkuli, we wish to introduce to you the member-elect for Isiolo South constituency, Mr. Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Thank you.
Quran au
Shukran.
Quran. Yes, you read that. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I, Mohammed Tubi Bidu, having been elected a member of the National Assembly, do swear.
Raise the Quran. Okay. I repeat.
I, Mohammed Tubi Bidu, having been elected a member of the National Assembly, do swear in the name of Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You can proceed and sign the oath.
Thank you.
The Honorable Abubakar Talib. Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I have 2 communications to make. The first one is on the reintroduction of bills and the manner of initiating legislative proposals to amend the Constitution through parliamentary initiative. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back to the House following the swearing-in, induction, and the official opening. It is my hope that the events have been beneficial and enriching to your knowledge of the House and its workings as we commence the 13th Parliament. As you are aware, and for the benefit of the new members, the period before the approval of the Cabinet and the formation of committees is usually characterized by light business in the House and is therefore somewhat relaxed. This is attributable to less business emanating from the executive or committees for consideration by the House. Once the Cabinet and principal secretaries are fully in place, the House calendar becomes crowded with majority and minority party businesses. Honorable members, I also wish to bring to the attention of the House that going by our practices and standing orders, all business that was not concluded at the end of the last Parliament has lapsed. However, in its wisdom, the 12th Parliament amended the standing orders to save certain business from part of the pre-legislation processes. In particular, the House amended Standing Order 114A, 1C, and D to exempt certain bills from pre-publication scrutiny upon their lapsing, to allow members to reintroduce the bills if they so wish. Honorable members, for clarity, the Standing Order 114A, 1C, and D states as follows, and I quote, Speaker to exempt certain legislative proposals. 11A1, the Speaker may exempt a legislative proposal from the provision of Standing Order 114, in brackets, introduction of bills, if the proposal, C, is identical to a proposal that was passed by the House but lapsed at the expiry of the term of the preceding Parliament, or D, was introduced by the same member and read a second time but lapsed at the expiry of the term of the preceding Parliament. In this regard, honorable members, the House provided a window that allows expedited reintroduction of bills. The first category relates to the expedited introduction of bills that were passed by the House in the last Parliament but lapsed in the Senate. The second category allows consideration of bills which had gone beyond second reading. Honorable members, under the new procedure, these bills can now be republished in the same form as initially passed by the House and are exempted from pre-publication scrutiny. In this regard, the bills which may benefit from the expedited introduction under the first category are as follows. 1. The Livestock and Livestock Products Marketing Board Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Mandera North, the Honorable Bashir Abdullahi MP. 2. The National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2019, which was sponsored by the former nominated member, the Honorable Gideon Keter. 3. The National Disaster Management Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Kikuyu, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP. 4. the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2019, and the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019, which were initially sponsored by the then member for Undanyi, the Honorable Andrew Mwadime. 5. The Equalization Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Tiati, the Honorable Kasait Kamket MP. 6. The Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Matuga, the Honorable Tandaza Kazim Sawa, MP. 7. The Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019, which was sponsored by the Mother of the House, the member for Super, the Honorable Mili Odhiambo Mabona MP. 8. The Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Ruiru, the Honorable Simon Kingara MP. 9. The Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, which was sponsored by the then member for Keses, the Honorable Swarab Mishra. 10. The Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 65 of 2019. This bill was sponsored in the last parliament by the then member for Homa Bay County, the Honorable Gladys Wanga. Can the honorable members at the back take their seats? The Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2019, which was sponsored in the last parliament by the then member for Kandui, the Honorable Wafula Wamunyinyi. 12. The Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2020, which was sponsored in the last parliament by the member for Ndiwa, the Honorable Martin Peters Owino MP. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, the bills that were sponsored by former members, any member is at liberty to take them up and have them reintroduced. 8. In this regard, sponsors of the bills or any other member who is interested in publishing any of the aforementioned bills is encouraged to write to my office seeking approval to introduce a specified bill from the above list. The earlier you do this, the better for you. Honorable members, it is of course expected that those who have been re-elected or nominated back to this House would naturally take up their respective bills from the list that I've read to you. Honorable members, the second category refers to expedited reintroduction of bills which went beyond second reading but lapsed before consideration at the Committee of the Whole. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 114A1D, this can be reintroduced by the same members who initially sponsored them and would be exempted from pre-publication scrutiny. The bills in this category include the following. 1. The Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Embakasi Central, the Honorable Benjamin Gadiru Mwangi MP. 2. The Alcoholic Drinks Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for South Mugirango, the Honorable Silvanos Osoro MP. 3. The Kenya Food and Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Endebess, the Honorable Dr. Robert Bukose. 4. The Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kimilili, the Honorable Didmas Baraza MP. 5. The National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2020, the Penal Code Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2021, both of which were sponsored by the member for Nakuru Town East, the Honorable David Gikaria MP. Honorable members, the following 29 bills, other bills did not go beyond the second reading, but may be reintroduced by the same or other member pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 114, introduction of bills after undergoing pre-publication scrutiny. 1. The Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Mwatate, the Honorable Andrew Mwadime. The Birth and Death Registration Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Gilgil, the Honorable Martha Wangari MP. 3. The Alcoholic Drinks Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Undanyi, the Honorable Danson Mokuona MP. 4. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2020, which was sponsored by the then member for Thika Town, the Honorable Patrick Wainaina. 5. The Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2020, which was sponsored by the then member for Nyaribari Chache, the Honorable Richard Tongi. 6. The Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2020, which was sponsored by former nominated member Gideon Keter. 7. The Farmers and Poisons Board Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Nandi Hills, the Honorable Alfred Keter. 8. The Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2021, which was sponsored by the member for Garissa Town, the Honorable Aden Dwale MP. 9. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Embakasi Central, the Honorable Benjamin Gadhiru Mwangi MP. 10. The Poverty Eradication Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Sirisia, the Honorable John Waluke Koi MP. 11. The Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2020, which was sponsored by the former nominated member, the Honorable Gideon Keter. 12. The Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kandara, the Honorable Alice Wahome MP. 13. The Institute of Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kaiti, the Honorable Joshua Kivinda Kimilu MP. 14. The Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Chepalungu, the Honorable Gideon Koskei. 15. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Butula, the Honorable Joseph Oyula MP. 16. The Public Service Internship Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2021, which was sponsored by the member for Samburu West, the Honorable Naisula Laisuda MP. 17. The Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Wajir South, the Honorable Mohammed Sheikh. 18, the Child Justice Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Suba, the Honorable Milo Odhiambo Mabona MP. 19, the Sexual Offences Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2020, which was sponsored by the Honorable Member Gathoni Wamshomba MP. 20, the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2020, which was sponsored by the Honorable Nelson Koech MP. 21, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Nimrod Mbai MP. 22, the Whistleblower Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Irene Kasalu MP. 23, the Geriatric Bill, 2021, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Gathoni Wamshomba MP. 24, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2022, which was sponsored by the Honorable Naisula Lesuda MP. 25, the Land Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2022, which was sponsored by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo MP. 26, the Valuers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Old Jolorok, the Honorable Michael Muchira MP. 27, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Kisumu East, the Honorable Shakil Shabir MP. 28, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Ruiru, the Honorable Simon Nganga Kihara MP. And 29, the National Land Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Kilifi North, Honorable Owen Baya MP. Can I allow the members at the bar to take their seats? Honorable members, cognizant of the work that went into the processing of the said bills by committees and the efforts made by the members to have the bills published in the last Parliament, I request the committees to which this legislative proposal will be referred to expedite their consideration at the pre-publication scrutiny stage. Should conclusion of the scrutiny of the bills be inordinately delayed, the House Business Committee, which I will chair, will not hesitate to move this House to exempt the bills from pre-publication scrutiny so as to ensure that the bills proceed without undue delay. Honorable members, you will also recall that before the adjournment of the 12th Parliament, as I had noted in my acceptance speech, the House made progressive amendments to the rules of this House. Amongst them is the new Standing Order 114-7A, which prescribes a new sui generis procedure for conducting pre-publication scrutiny of legislative proposals seeking to amend the Constitution. Standing Order 114-7A provides that in respect of a proposal to amend the Constitution, the proposal shall be accompanied by signatures of at least 50 other members in support, unless it is sponsored by the majority party or the minority party. Honorable members, since the commencement of this Parliament, I have received several requests from members wishing to introduce legislative proposals to amend the Constitution. Among them are members for Kishugu constituency, the Honorable Robert Githinji Kichumu, and the member for Matungulu, Honorable Stephen Mule MP. The two members are proposing to amend the Constitution to anchor the National Government Constituency Development Fund in the Constitution. In this regard, honorable members, I request that any member seeking to introduce a legislative proposal to amend the Constitution does comply with the requirements of Standing Order 114.7a. This requires attachment of the signatures of at least 50 other members to the legislative proposal for approval by the Speaker. Honorable members, the new Standing Order 114.7a, in my view, shall enrich the legislative proposal process as it seeks to provide for consensus through collection of views of other members, the Attorney General, the Constitutional Commissions, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission on any proposed amendments to the Constitution. Indeed, honorable members, the new standing order actualizes the provisions of Article 256(2) of the Constitution, which obligates Parliament to publicize any bill to amend the Constitution and facilitate public discussion. It is also notable that Standing Order 114.1, as amended, also allows members to co-sponsor bills in the House. In this regard, members with legislative proposals dealing with the related issues may opt to co-sponsor legislative proposals for introduction in the House. Honorable members, when adopting the report of the Procedure and House Rules Committee on amendments to standing orders, the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament also noted that there is need to amend a number of statutes that have implication on the rules of procedure. The intention of the proposed amendments is to keep them in accord with the Constitution, related laws, and the reality of modern times. The Hansard of the afternoon session of Tuesday, 31st May 2022, records that the committee also tabled 4 draft legislative proposals containing amendments to statutes that were proposed to be urgently considered to operationalize certain procedures of the House. Honorable members, the said proposals are: 1, the draft Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to enlarge the time for consideration of the budget policy statement from 14 to 21 days. 2, the draft Political Parties Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to require the Registrar of Political Parties to convey certified copies of all coalition agreements to the clerk of each House of Parliament. 3, the draft Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to streamline the membership of the Committee of Powers and Privileges. 4, the draft Petitions to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to involve the Public Petitions Committee in the determination of the admissibility of petitions and the full consideration of all admissible petitions. 5, the draft Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to ensure the negative resolutions of the House on statutory instruments are implemented. Honorable members, to this end, the acting clerk of the National Assembly has informed me that the legislative proposals have been finalized. Consequently, to the extent that the 12th Parliament did resolve that the proposals be prioritized, I direct that they be urgently introduced in the House. Honorable members, I have yet another communication to make. Can the members at the bar take their seats? Honorable members, this communication relates to the constitution of the House Business Committee in this session of the 13th Parliament, the first session. Honorable members, as you are aware, today is the first sitting of the House following the official opening of the 13th Parliament last week. By practice, the first business of the House at the beginning of each session is the formation of the House Business Committee. Subsequently, the committee once constituted proceeds to determine and set the business of the House. The next set of business that follows is the consideration and passage of several procedural motions under Standing Order 97 relating to limitation of time during debates in the House. Thereafter, with respect to the first sitting following a general election, the House debates the President's address as contemplated under Standing Order 24-6. Honorable members, as you will note from today's order paper, the motion for the approval of the membership of the House Business Committee is not one of the business to be transacted today. This is because a question has since arisen relating to the constitution of the committee with respect to the names of persons under paragraphs B, C, D, and E of Standing Order 171-1. To illustrate this, honorable members, allow me to refer to the Standing Order 171-1. This rule provides that the House Business Committee consists of the following. A, the Speaker, who shall be the chairperson. B, the leader of the majority party or representative designated in writing. C, the leader of the minority party or representative designated in writing. D, the whip of the majority party or representative designated in writing. E, the whip of the minority party or representative designated in writing. F, 9 other members who shall be nominated by the parliamentary parties and approved by the House at the commencement of every session, reflecting the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the National Assembly and taking into consideration the interests of the parties and other than parliamentary parties and independents. Honorable members, from what I have just read, you will note that the House Business Committee consists of a total of 14 members. It is also notable that besides the Speaker, 4 members sit in the committee by virtue of their offices. These are the leader of majority party, the leader of the minority party, the whip of the majority party, and the whip of the minority party. Honorable members, to this end, I wish to inform you that I received a letter dated 21st September 2022 from the Secretary General of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, MP. In the letter, the member for Suna East also signs off as the majority whip of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. In a nutshell, honorable members, the letter conveys that at its parliamentary group meeting held on the 16th to 17th September 2022, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party elected the following as its House leaders in the National Assembly. 1, the Honorable James Opio Wandai, MP, as the leader of the majority. 2, the Honorable Robert Mbui, MP, as the deputy leader of the majority. 3, the Honorable Junet Mohammed as the majority whip. And 4, the Honorable Sabina Chege, MP, as the deputy majority whip. Honorable members, I also wish to inform you that I received another letter dated 22nd September 2022 from the member for South Mugirango, the Honorable Silvanos Osoro Onyengo, MP. In the letter, which he also signs off as the majority chief whip of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, he notifies that in discharge of his role under Standing Order 119A7, the Kenya Kwanza Coalition held its parliamentary group meeting on 16th and 17th September 2022 at Sawela Lodge in Naivasha and elected the following persons to the specified offices. 1, The Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, the member for Kikuyu constituency, leader of the majority party. 2, the Honorable Owen Baya MP, the member for Kilifi North constituency, deputy leader of the majority party. Honorable members, in this letter, the member for South Mugirango also attaches an excerpt of the minutes of the parliamentary group meeting and a list of members who attended the meeting signed by the attendees. Honorable members, on the same day, I also received a letter from the member for Kikuyu constituency, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, dated 22nd September 2022. In the letter, the member for Kikuyu constituency signs off as leader of the majority party and conveys that the Kenya Kwanza coalition held its parliamentary group meeting on 16th and 17th September at Sawela Lodge in Naivasha and elected the following persons as the chief whip and deputy chief whip. The Honorable Silvanus Osoro Onyengo MP, member for South Mugirango chief whip, and the Honorable Naomi Jilo Wago, MP, member for Marsabit County, as the deputy chief whip. Similarly, honorable members, the member for Kikuyu constituency also attached an excerpt of the minutes of the parliamentary group meeting and a list of members who attended the meeting, duly signed by the attendees. In his letter to me, the member for Kikuyu constituency indicated that he was discharging his role under Standing Order 20A3A, which requires the name of the person designated as the majority party whip and majority party deputy whip to be communicated to the speaker by the leader of the majority party. Honorable members, on 22nd September 2022, I also received a letter dated 21st September 2022 from the Honorable Jeremiah Ngayu Kioni, identifying the following members as the leadership of the Jubilee Party parliamentary group in the House. The Honorable Shurie Abd Omar MP, member from Balambala, as the leader. The Honorable Samuel Arama MP, member for Nakuru Town West, as the whip. The Honorable Sarah Korere MP, member for Laikipia North, as deputy whip. And the Honorable Adan Kainan MP, member for Elders, as secretary. Can the members at the bar take their seats? Honorable members, order. The distinguished immediate former member for Ndarakwa constituency signs over as Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, and in the letter, he also notes that Jubilee Party remains a member of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. Honorable members, ordinarily and in keeping with the requirement of Standing Order 19A14 and 20A5, following receipt of the names and attendant accompanying documentation, as your speaker, I'm supposed to convey the names of the leadership of the majority party and that of the minority party and the whips of any parliamentary party in the House to the assembled House. If the House is not sitting, the standing orders require me to notify members in the usual manner of Speaker's notification to all members. Honorable members, in this action, it is this action that subsequently sets in motion the next steps. In this case, the clerk would write to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, copying the respective whips, asking for the names of the 9 members nominated to sit in the House Business Committee under Standing Order 17(1)F. Thereafter, the clerk would publish the names in the order paper for approval by the House at its first sitting session, which would have been today. Honorable members, faced with these conflicting correspondences, you will agree with me that it is impossible for me and the clerk to discharge those requirements of the standing orders at this moment. You'll also agree with me that from the foregoing, 3 pertinent questions arise at this moment. These are: 1, who is the bona fide leader of the majority party and who is the bona fide leader of the minority party in this House? 2, in absence of a House Business Committee, what business is to be transacted by this House for the next few days before the question of the leadership of the majority and the minority party is determined? 3, before the question of leadership of the majority and the minority party is determined, who is to move the business in the House and whose moving is ordinarily reserved for the party leaders? With respect to the first question, honorable members, I will reserve the rest of today's sitting to allow the House to address me on this matter so that I can make a reasoned retreat and ruling. So I can retreat to make a reasoned ruling and guidance to the House. Honorable members, with respect to the second question on what business to be transacted by this House for the next few days before the question of the leadership of the majority and the minority parties determined, allow me to guide you as follows. First, honorable members, as you are aware, Standing Order 30 hours of meeting provides that the House shall meet on Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sitting, Wednesdays at 9 a.m. for the morning sitting and 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sitting, and Thursdays at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sittings. It is therefore clear that with or without any scheduled business, the House must sit on the prescribed days and times. Indeed, honorable members, Standing Order 30 dictates that tomorrow the House shall sit in the morning from 9:30 a.m. and in the afternoon commencing at 2:30. That is mandatory, and your Speaker has no authority to stop commencement of a sitting of the House unless in very exceptional circumstances which are not obtaining here. Indeed, as your Speaker, I have constitutional obligation to ensure continuity of the business of this House at all times. The only authority granted to the Speaker with respect to the time of sitting is to vary the time of commencement or adjournment of the sittings, but only for the convenience of the House. Honorable members, further, the Standing Order 38 providing for the preparation and circulation of the order paper obligates the clerk to prepare an order paper indicating the business to be transacted by the House. In this regard, it's also mandatory that before every sitting of the House, there should be an order paper which will be published on the Parliamentary website and made available to members at least 12 hours before the House meets. It is for this reason that I authorize the clerk to publish the order paper that is before you this afternoon, and which she also published on the website during the weekend. Honorable members, if you look at the order paper, the business listed there is procedural motions, and for the benefit of new members, a procedural motion is one that concerns the manner or time of consideration of a matter before the House. Procedural motions include motions on limitation of debate, where members are allocated a specific period of time within which they may speak on a matter before the House, and a motion for exemption of business from specified provisions of the standing orders. Honorable members, for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President. But debate on the motion shall not exceed 4 sitting days. What is contemplated under Standing Order 24.6 is that the debate on the speech of the President shall not be interrupted by a dilatory motion. Honorable members, by practice of our Parliament, debate on the President's address is accorded priority before any other business, save for procedural motions. It therefore naturally follows The business that is to be transacted by the House for the next 4 sittings is debate on the President's address. This therefore settles the second question. Honorable members, allow me to also note that the debate on the speech of the President ordinarily accords first-time members the solemn opportunity to make their maiden speech in the House. This opportunity for new members, in my view, should not be curtailed by the question of the majority and minority leadership and the composition of the House Business Committee. However, honorable members, it's worth noting that the continuity of the business of the House will not and should not in any way be seen to prejudice the determination of the question of the leadership of the majority and minority parties in the House. In this regard, since there is no objection as to who the Deputy Speaker is, I will exercise my powers under Standing Order number 1 and authorize the Deputy Speaker to move certain business as follows. At Order number 5, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to lay certain papers in the House which have a statutory deadline and which the law requires that they must be laid in the House when it first sits, which is today. 2, at Order number 6, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to give notice of motion on the noting of the President's address. 3, at Order number 8, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to move the procedural motion on limitation of debate on the President's address under Standing Order 97. Moving of the rest of the 10 procedural motions will stand stayed until a later time. And 4, tomorrow morning at Order number 8, I will also allow the Deputy Speaker to move the business under Standing Order 24-6, being the motion on debate on the President's address. This shall give honorable members an opportunity to debate the President's address for 4 sitting days, starting tomorrow morning, Wednesday, 5th October 2022, until Tuesday, 11th October 2022. Honorable members, this now settles the third and last question. The House is accordingly guided. And may I now ask the clerk to read the next orders. After the House concludes with Order number 8, I'll allow the honorable members to address me on the question of majority and minority party leadership. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. 1. Speech by His Excellency the President, delivered on Thursday, September 29th, the year 2022. 2. Legal notice number 65 of 2022 relating to the capital markets whistleblower regulations of the year 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 3. Legal notice number 86 of 2022 relating to the Legal Aid General Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 4. Legal notice number 87 of 2022 relating to the Legal Aid Code of Conduct for Accredited Legal Aid Providers Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 5. Legal notice number 94 of 2022 relating to the Suppliers Practitioners Management Council Election Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National and Planning. Number 6. Legal notice number 95 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board I'll repeat that. Number 6, legal notice number 95 of 22 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Conduct of Clinical Trials Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 7, legal notice number 96 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Pharmacovigilance and Post-Market Surveillance Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 8, legal notice number 97 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poison Transportation of Pharmaceuticals Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. Legal notice 9, legal notice number 98 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Amendment Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 10, legal notice number 99 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Pharmaceutical Waste Management Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 11, legal notice number 100 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Registration of Health Products and Technologies Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 12, legal notice number 101 of 2022 relating to crops MIRA regulations of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. 13, legal notice number 102 of 2022 relating to the Coffee General Amendment Regulations of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. 14, notice number 120 of 2022 relating to the National Transport Safety Authority, Transport Network Companies, Owners, Drivers and Passengers Regulations from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. 15, legal notice number 141 of 2022 relating to the Kenya Roads Board General Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development. 16, legal notice number 146 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Quality Review Assurance Regulations and of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 17, legal notice number 147 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Standard of Professionals and Practice and Ethical Conduct Regulations and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 18, legal notice number 152 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Examination Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. And finally, number 19, legal notice number 153 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Regulations 2022 and an explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, order.
Speaker, I want you to give us direction. It looks like most of these legal notice are of the previous administration.
Order, Honorable Tuale. You're jumping the gun. I have a communication on this. You can intervene after my communication. Honorable members, I have a short communication on the statutory instruments submitted between 4th June 2022 and 4th October 2022. Honorable members, as you may have noticed this afternoon, in fact a few minutes ago, The Deputy Speaker has laid before the House 18 sets of statutory instruments. The statutory instruments, commonly referred to as regulations, were submitted during the Sindhya recess of the 12th Parliament, while others were submitted just after the inauguration of the 13th Parliament. Honourable members, the Statutory Instruments Act number 23 of 2013 provides that upon receipt of such statutory instruments, they should be tabled in Parliament within 7 days, or if the House is not sitting, as soon as possible when the House next sits. In this regard, honourable members, it is for this reason that I have allowed the Deputy Speaker to lay the 18 sets of regulations this afternoon. The consideration of the different regulations will now await the establishment of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. The committee should consider them within 28 sitting days thereafter. Honourable members, on a similar note, by way of letter dated 9th September 2022, the Honourable the Attorney General brought to the attention of all state departments and agencies the provisions of Section 21 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. The effect of this provision is that A, there is a general revocation of statutory instruments 10 years after their making, unless they are repealed or a regulation is made exempting them from expiry. Subject to this provision, all statutory legislations enacted prior to the commencement of the Act stand to be revoked and are thus null and void as from 25th January 2023. B, an extension of the statutory instruments may be made for 12 months, subject to the consultation between the respective Cabinet Secretary and relevant parliamentary committee. Honourable members, it will be recalled that during passage of the Finance Act 2022 in June this year, this House extended the period of automatic revocation of regulations made under the laws relating to tax matters. This includes regulations made under the following statutes. 1, the Income Tax Cap 470. 2, the Stamp Duty Act Cap 480. 3, the Value Added Tax number 35 of 2013. 4, the Tax Appeals Tribunal Act number 40 of 2013. 5, the Excise Duty Act number 23 of 2015. And 6, the Tax Procedures Act number 29 of 2015. Honourable members, it is therefore expected that the state departments and agencies will approach the committee upon its establishment to consider whether similar treatment may be accorded to the rest of the impugned regulations to avoid any form of legislative crisis in the country. Honourable members, what this means is that the entry of the Committee on Delegated Legislation is already full even before it's established. The House is now accordingly informed and guided. Honourable Duale, does that solve your issue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honourable members. We'll now go back to the order. Yes.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion: that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of the public policy contained in the address of the President delivered on Thursday, September 29, 2022.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion, limitation of debate on the address by the President.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion. That noting the Standing Order 24(6) provides that the debate on the motion on the address by the President shall be limited to not more than 4 sittings, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97(1), this House orders that the debate on the motion on the address by His Excellency the President under Article 132(1)(a) of the Constitution, delivered on the 29th of September 2022 on the opening of Parliament, shall be limited as follows. No more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying. 2, no more than 15 for the designated party leaders. And 3, no more than 10 minutes for the other members speaking. And 4, at least 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Honorable Speaker, in moving the motion, permit me to inform the House, for the benefit of the newly elected members, that parliamentary debates are oral exchanges of opinions intended to facilitate the House in plenary to arrive at a collective decision-making on certain issues. Debates can take place on special occasions, such as opening speeches, or at different stages of the examination of proposed legislation. Debates provide opportunities for us as members to discuss government policies, proposed laws, deliberate on current issues. Honorable Speaker, sir, debates allow members of Parliament to consider and address the concerns and interests of their constituents. Members can also speak about issues brought to their attention by the public. Debates are designed to enable the House reach an informed decision on any subject matter. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this understanding, debates are a critical mechanism for us members in this House. Indeed, each member ought to have an opportunity to debate and address issues affecting the citizenry. Honorable Speaker, sir, the object of this procedural motion is to limit debate by allocating the mover 20 minutes to move, 15 minutes for our designated leaders, and at least 10 minutes to any member speaking. This move, honorable members, will see us save time and accord more members an opportunity to make their contributions on the President's speech. In addition, approving this motion will also allow more newly elected members to make their maiden speeches as they contribute to the motion on the floor. Further, Honorable Speaker, when you calculate the time allocated for this motion, it totals to 1,020 minutes. If each member speaking contributes for 10 minutes, you will notice that less than 102 members will have contributed to this motion. I will therefore be seeking for extension of the sitting of time through this procedural motion to afford more members time to debate the motion. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is against this backdrop that I urge members to support this motion to enable the House debate the President's speech and to allow more members to make their contributions on the address of the President within the 4 sittings as envisaged in Understanding Order 24(6). Honorable Speaker, I now beg to move and request the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, member for Kitui Central, to second this motion.
Who is seconding? Makali Mulu. The Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to second this important motion. But before I do that, Honorable Speaker, just to first of all quote your own statement, since there is no doubt who the MP for Kitui Central is, I think I want to take this opportunity to thank my people before I second this motion. because this is the first time I'm getting the opportunity to speak in the 13th Parliament. These Kitui Central people, Honorable Speaker, are very special. They have given me a third term, which is not easy, and I must thank them. Honorable Speaker, this motion is very important, and the reason I'm seconding it, Honorable Speaker, is because it will give the House the opportunity to look at the proposed policies by the new government, to look at the proposed legal frameworks, because they say they'll become to this Parliament with some amendment to the law, and also it gives the new members an opportunity to make the amended speech, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reason why I even support more the issue of the 10 minutes is because the new members will have time to say thank you to the people who voted for them. It was indeed to win this election, Honorable Speaker. And as they are aware, Honorable Speaker, when you are making your amended speech, you are not interrupted by anybody. So you take your 10 minutes and say what you want to say. But even as you do that, Honorable Speaker, it will be important that they remember that it will be debating and raised by the President. Honorable Speaker, even though this address was very short by all standards, but I think, Honorable Speaker, it has a lot of important policy statements and a lot of legal framework which is required for the President to implement some of the things he has promised Kenyans. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, that as a House, we need to limit debate to the allowed timelines in terms of minutes, Honorable Speaker. And by doing that, we'll have more members debating to this motion. But, Honorable Speaker, even as we say that, I want to urge honorable members to take time and read through the statement itself. Because, Honorable Speaker, it will not make a lot of sense if we all come here and we are talking before reading into required details the President's address, Honorable Speaker. I was able to listen to the speech, but I will take a lot of time. And I want really to encourage my colleagues in the Azimio coalition, because our work is to make sure that we really objectively analyze the policies.
Order Makali, Honorable Makali. Yes, Honorable Pukose. Give Honorable Pukose the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know I'm standing on point of order on anticipation of debate. The Honorable Makali Mulu is already debating. It's not relevant to what he was supposed to second. He's already debating a motion that is not yet before the House. So I think he should stick with the relevance. Yeah.
Honorable Makali, you are seconding a motion as to whether the time set out, the time we should abide by.
Honorable Speaker, I think I've been in this House long enough to know really what needs to be done to a motion like this. What we are saying is debate time will come, but there is no way you expect me just to second a motion by saying I second. You know, Honorable Pokose, Honorable Speaker, is known for saying put the question. And I want to urge the House that this 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, under your guidance, must be a parliament of debate. And the man to watch mostly, Honorable Speaker, is Honorable Pokose, because he's among the guys who really don't want people to debate. But with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll now propose the question that noting that Standing Order 24.6 provides that debate on a motion on the address by the President shall be limited to not more than 4 sitting days, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97.1, this House orders that the debate on the motion on the address by HE the President under Article 132.1a of the Constitution delivered on 29 September 2022, opening of a new Parliament, shall be limited as follows: no more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in reply, no more than 15 minutes for the designated party leaders, and no more than 10 minutes for any other member speaking, and at least 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Is that is that the mood in the House? Is that the mood of the House? Honorable members, there being no interest in debating this procedural motion, I'll now put the question. That noting that the Standing Order 24.6 provides that debate on a motion on the address by the President shall be limited to not more than 4 sitting days, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97.1, this House orders that debate on the motion on the address by His Excellency the President and Article 132.1a of the Constitution delivered on 29 September 2022, opening of a new Parliament, shall be limited as follows. No more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying. No more than 15 minutes for the designated party leaders. No more than 10 minutes for any other member speaking, and at least 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. As members of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Order, honorable members. Next order. We go back. Order, honorable members. As I communicated earlier, we have an issue in the House on the leadership and the contested communications before the Speaker. Before we make a determination and direction, I want to give the House the remainder of the time this afternoon to ventilate on this matter. I urge you to debate with decorum. This House is not a political rally. We don't want to use this as a platform to engage in trivia and to engage in parochial politics. The matter as to who is the majority and minority must be grounded in our standing orders, in the law, in the Constitution, and in the facts. So I want to urge honorable members to give each other time to speak without unnecessary interruptions. I also want to urge those speaking to avoid unhelpful provocations of situations that can create unnecessary exchanges, because what we want is to have a House guided and led by our own standing orders, the law, and the Constitution. So I'll invite members to contribute to this debate. I'll give the first opportunity to the protagonists. That is the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah and Opiyo Wandayi. The rest I will then give to their whips, who are also protagonists, and then open debate to the rest of the House. I will start with the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you have clearly guided, Honorable Speaker, let me also begin to give my take on this issue of the Leader of Majority. First, Honorable Speaker, by thanking members of my coalition, Kenya Kwanza, who voted for me and elected to have me as their Leader of Majority. Honorable Speaker, let me also take the opportunity to thank the great people of Kikuyu who have afforded me a third opportunity to continue serving them as their Member of Parliament, Kikuyu, and as I dedicate my time also to serve this House as the Leader of Majority designate from Kenya Kwanza. Honorable Speaker, the question that you are being asked to make an informed decision on...
Honorable Ichung'wah, there's a point of order. Yes, the Honorable John Badi.
Mr. Speaker,
I am alive to the fact that we have very many new members, but we need to start training them from day one. The honorable member, I'm yet to learn his name, has twice crossed the floor, going the other side and coming back without going to the bar. I hope, in terms of orientation, we want to help you next time. You must go to the bar, and then you go to the other side. So, Mr. Speaker.
For our new colleagues in the House, it is out of order to walk across the aisle. If you want to cross the floor to talk to your colleagues across, you go up to the bar, you bow, and then you walk across. And for avoidance of doubt on the debate, the Honorable Ichung'wah and those who will speak, if I see a lot of interest already on the screen, so that you organize your thoughts properly, I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll give you 15 minutes, I'll give Wandai 15 minutes, and the rest of the members will start off with about 10 minutes. If the interest continues persisting, I'll reduce it to 5.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I'll endeavor to do so in the 15 minutes. And Honorable Speaker was saying the question that you're being called upon to make a decision on, Honorable Speaker, is well grounded in our Constitution, in Article 108 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, that establishes the office of the Leader of Majority, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the same, Honorable Speaker, is replicated in Standing Order number 19 of our standing orders. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to quote from the Constitution tells us there shall be a leader of the majority party and a leader of the minority party. 2, the leader of the majority party shall be the person who is the leader in the National Assembly of the largest party or coalition of parties. Honorable Speaker, it then goes ahead to designate who will be the leader of the minority party as the leader of the second largest party or coalition of political parties. Honorable Speaker, indeed the question that is before you and before this House, Honorable Speaker, is to simply determine which is the largest coalition of political parties or the largest political party. And that party, Honorable Speaker, must be a parliamentary political party, as is stipulated, I think, in Standing Order 20A of our own standing orders, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have said in your communication that you have received letters, I think a letter dated the 21st or 19th of September from the Honorable Junet Mohammed on the 21st of September, Honorable Speaker, who wrote on behalf of the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Political Party. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that as you communicated, you also indicated the Honorable Soro and myself did write to you, communicating the decision of the Kenya Kwanza coalition and who we had elected as leaders of our coalition. Honorable Speaker, you will note from your own communication, whereas we did attach our minutes stating the place, time, and attendees of our parliamentary group meeting, the letter by the Honorable Junet Mohammed has neither the place of that meeting, it has neither the time or the attendees of that meeting. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, because we are a house of procedures, it is important that such letters do indicate who were the attendees, because the questions that are before you, Honorable Speaker, is on the constitution of either the Kenya Kwanza coalition of political parties in this house as parliamentary political parties, or if Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party exists as a coalition of political parties, Honorable Speaker. And it is my humble submission, Honorable Speaker, that those of us who were in this house in the last parliament, in the 13th parliament, Honorable Speaker, you in the 12th parliament, Honorable Speaker, you will remember the animated debate that we had as we amended the Political Parties Act through the Political Parties Amendment Bill, Honorable Speaker. A very chaotic debate, Honorable Speaker, and I remember many of us vehemently opposed many of the amendments that were proposed. Top among those amendments was the creation of an amorphous thing a mongrel sort of thing that was called the Coalition Political Party. Honorable Speaker, what you are being asked today to decide on is anchored in the amendments that we did in the 12th Parliament to our political parties. And the chaos you witness in this House today, in terms of management of our political parties, Honorable Speaker, emanates from the passage of the amendments to that political party's amendment bill in the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, the particular amendments, Honorable Speaker, created what certain definitions, and Honorable Speaker, if you read Article 10 or Clause 10 of Section 10 of the bill, it defines what a coalition political party is. Honorable Speaker, it defines what a political party is. And a political party, Honorable Speaker, is said to be, Honorable Speaker, that...
Yes, Honorable Member. Please help me by saying your name and constituency.
And the standing order is standing order.
And the standing order that has been violated. You have the mic,
thank you
member.
very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Karoli Omondi from Suba South.
Yes.
It's quite unfortunate that I begin my statement in this House by raising a point of order, understanding order 2B. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, for this House to debate a matter that should have been determined by the clerk of the House by simply writing a letter to the registrar of political parties to determine the relative majorities of the parties in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, that is a matter that is way behind us. I've given direction, and you are under no legal authority to challenge what the Speaker has directed. I also want to encourage members that because of the limited time, and I want to assure you of the capacity and the ability to listen and to determine this matter, let's give members who are debating some silence listening so that I can hear them properly and bring you back a determination. So unless it's a really serious breach of the standing orders, let's restrain ourselves from raising unhelpful points of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. And Honorable Speaker, I was at a point where I was saying that the current mess that we are witnessing, Honorable Speaker, on this issue is occasioned by the definitions of the words coalition and coalition political party. And Honorable Speaker, for clarity, I wanted to read the definitions as they exist in the Act. That a coalition means an alliance of two or more political parties formed for the purpose of pursuing a common goal. Kenya Kwanza, the parties UDA, the founding parties UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and further agreements with the Umoja na Maendeleo Party. I will also be tabling a coalition agreement between Kenya Kwanza and Tujibebe wa Kenya Party, a further agreement with the Service Party of Kenya, another agreement, Honorable Speaker, with the Pamoja Alliance, Pamoja African Alliance, PA, a further agreement, Honorable Speaker, with the Maendeleo Chapter Party. I shall also be tabling, Honorable Speaker, for your ease of perusal, an agreement between the founding parties of Kenya Kwanza and the Farmers Party, another one with the Economic Freedom Party, Honorable Speaker, another one with the Devolution Party of Kenya, one with the Democratic Party of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, the Communist Party of Kenya, and Kenya Kwanza Alliance founding parties, Chama cha Kazi, Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Party of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. I will also table one from the National Agenda Party of Kenya, the Grand Dream Development Party, led by our friend and colleague, the Honorable Fabian Muli, and the coalition, post-election coalition agreement between GDDP, post-election, Honorable Speaker, between GDDP and Kenya Kwanza, a post-election coalition agreement between the United Democratic Movement UDM, and Kenya Kwanza, a post-election coalition agreement between MDG, the Movement for Democracy and Growth, led by our brother and colleague, the Honorable David Ochieng. Honorable Speaker, all these coalitions are to bear witness, Honorable Speaker, that indeed Kenya Kwanza is a coalition of political parties as per the definition of the Act, Honorable Speaker. The second definition, Honorable Speaker, is one of a coalition political party. And the Act tells us that this means a coalition registered by the registrar as a political party. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would beg, Honorable Speaker, and I want to challenge my colleague, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, and the Honorable Opio Andai, who you called my protagonist, but is actually my very good friend, Honorable Speaker. They are here contending to be leading the majority. Honorable Speaker, the question of determining a majority is very easy, because it's just a question of calculating the numbers of parliamentary political parties. And the definition of a parliamentary political party is in this standing order number 20. Honorable Speaker, we must then ask ourselves the question, is the Azimio One Kenya Alliance Coalition political party a party? Is it a parliamentary political party? And the straight answer, Honorable Speaker, is that Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party does not exist as a parliamentary political party. Honorable Speaker, but that does not mean that the constituent parties that came together to form Azimio One Kenya Alliance political party are not parties in their own right. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect to the other parties, and indeed, Honorable Speaker, you have also in your communication alluded to the fact that Jubilee Party, my former party, has also written to you communicating their leadership in this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what does that tell you? That Jubilee Party appreciates that Azimio One Kenya Coalition political party does not exist in this House, either as a parliamentary political party or as a coalition of political parties, as per the definition in Article 108 and Standing Order number 19, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that then would mean that ODM, and I want to believe besides KANU, ODM is the oldest political party in this country, with slightly above 80 members of parliament, is then the second largest political party after the Kenya Kwanza coalition of political parties, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, and I don't say this to belittle all the other partners in Azimio One Kenya Alliance, Honorable Speaker, but that is what we created in the mess that was the political parties amendment bill that was debated in this House, Honorable Speaker, over the Christmas recess in December of 2021 and completed in January of this year, Honorable Speaker. I remember, Honorable Speaker, standing in my place somewhere behind here, reminding our colleagues that this law that you have just passed will punish you more than it will ever punish me or those of us that were then called the Tangatanga or UDA Brigade, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, chickens have come home to roost. Nobody is being punished, but we are paying for that acrimonious debate and a law that was procured in this assembly in a manner that we should never, ever engage in procuring or in legislating. We are a house that legislates through consultation. We never consulted each other as we passed that law, Honorable Speaker. And it is sad. And I pray, Honorable Speaker, that this 13th Assembly will not take the route and will never take the route that the 12th Assembly took. We must be a house that consults. I am glad, Honorable Speaker, that we sit here with my brother, Honorable Pio Wandai, and my brother, Honorable Jonette, as colleagues in one house, listening to each other and debating, because this is a house of debate, Honorable Speaker. And we must gain the respect and the dignity that we are accorded by the Kenyan people who have elected us by coming to this house, listening to each other and debating. Honorable Speaker, I want to submit, Honorable Speaker, that besides the agreements, Honorable Speaker, that we are tabling, when I say that Azimio One Kenya Alliance, One Kenya Coalition Party, is not a parliamentary political party, it is because the definition as contained in our standing orders stipulates that you must have at least 5% of the members of the National Assembly to be a parliamentary political party. Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party has not a single member of parliament. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, in a case that was filed by Duranira and 4 others versus the Attorney General and 2 others, including the Registrar of Political Parties and 3 others as interested parties, Honorable Speaker, the High Court allowed the constituent parties in Azimio One Kenya to field individual party candidates, and that is what they did. That is why we have 26 parties represented in this House, including ODM, Jubilee, Wiper, UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, and all our other parties. Honorable Speaker, by Gazette notice that was published on the 1st of July 2022, Honorable Speaker, this is the schedule that published all the people who are nominated to run for either president or parliamentary seats. Honorable Speaker, I'll be tabling this Gazette notice. There was only one candidate who ran for the office of President of Kenya, the Honorable Odinga Raila Karua Martha Wangari, who ran as a Azimio One, La Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party candidates with the emblem and symbols of the Azimio One Kenya political party. That party has no representation in this House. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we only need to ask ourselves if Azimio One Kenya Alliance political party is not represented in this House, and the leader of that alliance is not in this House, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it is only natural that the coalition with the largest number of members in this House, being the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, naturally, the leader of majority and the majority party then is the leader that leads that coalition. And that is yours faithfully, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must also ask ourselves, because I have seen it in the media, Honorable Speaker, and without even quoting, Honorable Speaker, you're also being asked to rule on issues that touch on individual and corporate political rights. Because parties belong to people, they are managed by people, and they harbor people. And those people and those parties as corporate entities enjoy political rights in line with Article 38 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you do know that Article 36 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, also guarantees us certain rights that are not, that cannot be taken away, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you must ask yourself, Honorable Speaker, and we must ask ourselves, because the contention, Honorable Speaker, relates to a few of us, especially those members who belong to UDM, who are sitting here, members who belong to MDG, like my brother David Ochieng, who is sitting here, members who belong to the Maendeleo Chapter, members who belong to the Pamoja African Alliance, PA, and they are in this House, Honorable Speaker. Can you, as Speaker, because that is a question we are asking you to make a determination on, can you, as Speaker, ignore their fundamental right to the freedom to association, to be able to associate or coalesce with anybody that they want to coalesce with, as individuals and as political parties? Can that right be taken away, Honorable Speaker, by Clause 22 of the Azimio Agreement? And Honorable Speaker, I will dare challenge my brothers in the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party. I have tabled coalition agreements between parties that assented to the alliance. I dare you, table the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party agreements that are signed by any of these political parties. And I would dare you to table that agreement. Because it is also in contention, Honorable Speaker, as to how those agreements were procured, Honorable Speaker. We have heard harrowing stories of how people were coerced under the last regime to sign blank pieces of paper with just your party name on a dotted line on one piece of paper, Honorable Speaker, not knowing what you are signing for, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know you have been a senior member of the legal profession, and I do not want to pretend to be one. But at least I did study a little bit of the law of contract as I started for my CPA with the Honorable John Buddy, although I was slightly ahead of him. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable John Buddy might be slightly older than me, but I was slightly ahead of him in the profession. I qualified as a CPA when I was in my first year at the University of Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, I was saying in the law of contract, you know any agreement that is obtained either under duress or with the concealment of material facts, that agreement cannot stand in law. Therefore, our brothers in the One Kenya coalition, I am sorry, and I am sorry to you, and I'm sorry to the Kenyan people, because we created this mess right on this floor. And that is why I appeal, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, to our colleagues. This issue, Honorable Speaker, we are confident that you'll be able to make a ruling on it, Honorable Speaker. But as we begin this 13th assembly, I dare say we must never get back to where we got to in the 12th Parliament, Honorable Speaker. We never consulted each other as we made a mess out of the political parties that govern and guide the growth of our democracy. This particular law, as was passed, Honorable Speaker, I said then that it would not only punish us and punish those who are vehemently supporting it, and punish you more than it would punish those who are vehemently opposing it, but it was a dangerous law for the governance of our country and the growth of our democracy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker, that my colleagues in the Azimio One Kenya Alliance, Honorable Speaker, do know they do not have the numbers. They know the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, former member of Ndaragwa, as Secretary General of Jubilee, has written to you, Honorable Speaker, as the Secretary General of Jubilee, communicating their leadership in this House. They do know, Honorable Speaker, that the Azimio One Kenya coalition party does not exist in this House. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I must commend ODM because they have been magnanimous to share positions with Jubilee and even with their brothers in Wiper. I must commend ODM as the oldest political party, because ODM is the second largest political party, and that ought to be the leader, the party in the minority, and the Honorable Pio Wandai ought to be the leader of minority leading the ODM brigade in this House. And the Honorable Junet can whip the ODM members.
Your time is up.
Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And this being my first time to speak in the 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to first and foremost congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of the 13th National Assembly. And also to congratulate my colleagues who have made it to this House this time round. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed pleased to note that you have repeatedly said since your election that you will be the Speaker of the whole House, in spite, of course, of the fact that my coalition did have a candidate against you. Mr. Speaker, I also recognize that you have got immense experience as a parliamentarian, and you are also a distinguished legal practitioner spanning very many years. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that when I was growing up, I came to learn that you, as a young lawyer then, young advocate, was bold enough to come out and defend some of the victims of the 1982 coup attempt. That goes to say, really, the kind of person you are. And therefore, this House, I believe, stands to benefit immensely from your wise counsel and your very rich experience. But coming back to the issue at hand, Mr. Speaker, I want us to take note of the fact that the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya 2010 makes it at Article 3, Subarticle 1, an obligation for every single person to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. That responsibility, that obligation is even more so pertinent for some of us who have taken oath of office to defend that Constitution. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening very keenly to my friend and compatriot, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. But let me take you to Article 259 of the Constitution. Article 259 of the Constitution requires that as we interpret the Constitution, we do so in a manner that promotes its purposes. Allow me to just take you through it. That this Constitution shall be interpreted in a manner that, among others, promotes its purposes, values, and principles, and also in a manner that contributes to good governance. What I mean to say, Mr. Speaker, is that you need to undertake a holistic reading of the Constitution for you to arrive at any particular conclusion or determination. Selective reading of the Constitution, or any law for that matter really, may not be helpful in examining a matter of significance such as the one that we are faced with this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, Article 108 has been spoken to by my colleague, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. And there's no doubt indeed that under Article 108, both Part 1 and 2, the leader of majority party shall be the person who is the leader of the National Assembly of the largest party or coalition of parties. Mr. Speaker, a standing orders of the National Assembly. In fact, those of us who are privileged to be in this House in the 12th Parliament will recall that we did make some amendments towards the end of that House. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Order number 1 provides, and I want to read, that in all cases where matters are not expressly provided for by these standing orders or by the orders of the House, any procedural question shall be decided by the Speaker. But it goes on to say at Part 2, and this is very important, that the decisions made in Paragraph 1 shall be based on the Constitution of Kenya, statute law, and I dare say in this case, the Political Parties Act of 2011, as amended severally, including the amendment of 2022. Statute law and usages, forms, precedents, customs, procedures, traditions, and practices of the Parliament of Kenya and other jurisdictions to the extent that these are applicable to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have come to a point where we seem to be asking you to make a decision, to make a determination on a matter that is so well provided for, so expressly provided for by not only the Constitution, the Political Parties Act, but also by our own standing orders. And let me take you to standing order number 2B. Yes, standing order number 2B, Mr. Speaker. And I will read for avoidance of doubt. Clerk to obtain coalition agreements. That is the title or the subtitle of that particular standing order. And members, listen carefully. It says at 2B that the clerk shall obtain from the registrar of political parties a certified copy of any coalition agreement entered into by the two or more parties in the National Assembly for purposes of ascertaining the relative majorities in the House and facilitating the transaction of the business of the House. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to this particular standing order, I dare say, the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and I must commend her for her diligence, the acting clerk of the National Assembly on the 2nd of September 2022 did write to the registrar of political parties seeking this information. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the registrar duly responded to her letter on the 7th of September 2022. The registrar of political parties wrote to the clerk of the National Assembly. And I want to read excerpts of that letter. Mr. Speaker, if I could be allowed to continue.
Mr. Speaker, just I don't want to correct my former chairman of Public Accounts Committee, but before he leaves Standing Order 2B, Speaker, just like Honorable Chungwa, can he first table the Azimio agreement as provided and certified by the registrar of political parties?
Can I continue?
Yes. Give him the mic.
So, Speaker, because why am I saying so? Speaker, Standing Order 2B, as correctly read by the Honorable Opio Wandai, is very specific. It says the clerk of the National Assembly will write to the registrar of political parties, one and Deritu, asking the National Assembly to be provided with. So, Mr. Speaker, the basis of our argument is not about the letter. It's about the coalition agreement. We have seen Kenya Kwanza. Can we get the one for Azimio?
That were voted in, and that is why the number 3234 is instructed. I know why my learned friend, Senator Murkomen, my former colleague, I got him his first job, is making his point. At Moi University, I got him his first job. You know it. Mr. Speaker, sir, why my learned friend is saying we decide on this matter today is because he knows he's going to be sworn in next week with Senator Soipan, and we will be the majority by next week. Mr. Speaker, I would urge this court to adjourn this debate or call for a vote If you call for a vote, Mr. Speaker, sir, and an adjournment emerges or ensues out of the vote, next week we will be the majority. We will be the majority. I confirm that.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the House Business Committee is a very, very crucial committee in any house. I served in the House Business Committee of the National Assembly for 4 sessions. And I know nothing happens in the House until the House Business Committee is constituted and approved by the House. And I remember on many occasions in the National Assembly, sometimes we had to defeat the motion on the House Business Committee because of one issues or 2 issues here and there. I also want to say that the membership of the House Business Committee, from my experience in the National Assembly, which I think works the same with the Senate, was that the people who were chosen to represent the interests of the parties in the House Business Committee were expected to be people of high integrity, people who would keep secrets, people who would keep their words. So, Mr. Speaker, you know this is a house of integrity, this is a house of record, and this is a house of rules. And we are starting our first session today. I will beseech you, Mr. Speaker, that we give a chance to reason on this matter, because the issues that has been raised by a number of members are very weighty, and we don't want a situation where we make a decision and people seek redress elsewhere, because we want to operate as a house of respect and a house of integrity. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to various contributions, especially from the majority side, coming from colleagues who I have a lot of respect with, Honorable Cheruyot, Honorable Cheregei, on the issue of Azimio not being a party. Mr. Speaker, I remember last Parliament, the 12th Parliament, before we went for recess, we passed a law which was an amendment to the Political Parties Act. And if you go to the Political Parties Act, it is very clearly stated that a coalition political party is a coalition registered by the registrar of political parties as a political party. So there is no dispute about that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to call to order Honorable Waziri Murkomen, Cheregei, and Cheruyot, and my neighbor, Honorable Halware, for misleading this house, because it's against Standing Order number 122, gross misorder in the House by giving false information to the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because of all these issues that have been raised, I oppose this motion.
Senator Veronica Nduati.
Let me go. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this opportunity. I have been seated very patiently listening through the debate and the standing orders that are being cited, and all the debates that have been brought to the floor of this House, especially by the minority side. I have struggled to get the legal basis of the objection that have been given to the motion that is before this House, for 2 reasons, Mr. Speaker. It is not possible legally in Kenya under the Political Parties Amendment Act to register a coalition political party and at the same time name that coalition political party as a political party. Those are two different tracks of registration. So, as a Secretary General of UDA, I was involved in the last general election. I am aware Azimio is a coalition political party. They had a presidential candidate who vied together with his running mate. They only had that candidature. They did not have any other candidature at any other level, from the gubernatorial up to the MCA level. So the debate that you have waded into today is, first of all, not based on legal facts. What they have proposed or brought to the floor of this House does not legally exist. So I want to persuade you, Mr. Speaker, as I was listening and looking for the legal basis on which we could respond, I did not find any. I want to persuade you that Kenyans are watching today the track that Senate will take. We are interested in conducting the business of the Senate and affirming the position and the need of Senate to continue overseeing the devolution in this nation. Mr. Speaker, if the motion that is before this House is rejected today, it may as well be interpreted by Kenyans that Senate has started on a wrong footing by refusing the business committee. Yes. Mr. Speaker,
order,
allow me
order,
to finish.
Order, members.
It is my view.
Order.
It is my view. It may as well, yes, because do not have the narrow conscripted view of when you are seated in Senate. There is a wider perspective. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have stood here to persuade both sides of the divide, to allow the business committee take its position, map out the business of the House from today henceforth. If there are any issues relating to coalitions, they are beyond you today. They are not before this House today. And there is no determination, there is no court order that has taken UDM, that has ordered UDM to be in the Azimio coalition, and that has ordered UDM not to be in Kenya Kwanza coalition. UDM today, and the party leader is seated in the floor of the House today. UDM today is a coalition partner of the Kenya Kwanza.
Senator Mohamed Abdallah Shakila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing against my brother Roba, and I know you're not here to decide on the issues of parties, but I want to suggest that this issue of party can only be clarified by ORPP, and I think it is only fair for ORPP to give us the clarification, or you as a speaker to seek clarification on this issue from ORPP so that we can put this issue to rest. But otherwise, we will be arguing here until the cattle come from the grazing. So please, Mr. Speaker, it is important we seek clarification from ORPP, who are the people mandated to tell us which party belongs where, constitutionally and as per the Political Parties Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable senators, we cannot continue prosecuting a matter that I've already ruled on. I have allowed these points of order. I have given time for members to ventilate, and I proceeded to rule. And the rule stands. Senator Cheptumo, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order arises from the fact that members of this House, you having made a ruling and you've brought us back to the substantive motion before the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members continued again to debate an issue that has been ruled on, Mr. Speaker, guide this House, Mr. Speaker. Any member who will rise on from his or her place should be able to discuss the motion before you, either support or not support. Mr. Speaker, this House is a house of procedure. We cannot purport to undermine the ruling of the House, Mr. Speaker. That is the direction, Mr. I think we need to move.
Honorable Senators, let me say this. Raising on a point of order is within your right as a senator. But you cannot be on your feet on a point of order on a matter that I've ruled. So, opportunities will be given for points of order, but they should not be the same point of order that I've ruled. So, as we move, if I'm to give you an opportunity, you're either opposing the motion or supporting the motion. And if you are to rise on a point of order, that point of order should not be related to a matter that I've already ruled on. Yes, Senator Mazayo, what is your point of order? And I hope that point of order.
We are guided by standing orders.
Senator Ledama, we know that this Senate is guided by standing orders. You need not scream about it. Kindly, Senator Fokilifi.
Bwana Spika, hili bunge la Senate ni bunge la hali ya juu sana kulinganishana na taratibu zake za debate. Bwana Spika, nakusihi uangalie katika hii barua iliyoandikwa na Nderetu ambaye yeye ni Registrar of Political Parties. Na hii barua iliandikwa tarehe 7 Septemba mwaka huu. Barua hii iliandikiwa clerk wa Senate. Hii barua iliandikiwa clerk wa Senate, na barua hii inahusikana na ile barua ambayo yeye alikuwa ameipeleka ikisema ya kwamba tarehe 6 mwezi wa Septemba ilikuwa wanataka kujua hii party iko mahali gani, iko upande huu ama iko upande huu. Na hii barua inasema ya kwamba hii UDM, Bwana Spika, nafikiri unanisikiliza, hii barua hii ambayo iko na clerk wetu ndani ya bunge hili la Senate, nataka kumuuliza Bwana clerk ikiwa itawezekana.
Order.
Ikiwa itawezekana Bwana Spika.
Order members.
Mtetee Bwana Spika. Manake mimi ndio ambaye niko hapa. Bwana Spika, barua hii imeandikwa na Registrar wa Political Parties. Na barua iko wazi tarehe 7. Hii imeandikwa, iko hapa ndani, na yule ambaye anaelewa Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, uko na uwezo wa kumwambia Bwana clerk akalete hii barua aiweke hapa mbele ya hili bunge la Senate ili kila mtu aone yule Ali Roba yuko mahali gani. Hatutakubali Ali Roba awe anazunguka kila pande hii na pande hii. Barua hii inakamilisha tarehe 7 mwezi huu. Ilisema ya kwamba yule Ali Roba yeye ni member wa upande huu, hawezi kwenda upande ule na wewe ukatia tiki. Huyu Ali Roba mwenyewe amesimama hapa amekumislead Bwana Spika, na hii ni kosa kubwa sana ndani ya hili bunge. Asante Bwana Spika, na tuko tayari umuode huyu, umuode clerk wetu aweze kuleta hii barua hapa sasa hivi.
Order members. Order members. The senator.
Hii barua Bwana Spika nishai forward kwa clerk. Ako na
Order members. Order. The senator, order. Senator for Kilifi, can you have your seat, please? The senator for Kilifi, can you have your seat, please? Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, and more particularly the senator for Kilifi. After the mover moved the motion, you seconded this motion. Honorable members, I have been very clear that it's within your right to stand on a point of order, but do not raise a point of order that I've already ruled on. The issues that have been raised by the senator for Kilifi, it's a matter that I've already ruled on. So kindly, as you stand, you either support the motion or oppose the motion. Any other point of order related to that issue, there's already a ruling, and the ruling is binding and it stands. Senator Chute Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to thank Senator Madzayo for supporting the motion. And I don't know if there is a coup on the other side. If there is a coup, please negotiate and solve your issues, because Senator Madzayo has supported.
The member is making his maiden speech. Acquaint yourself with the standing orders, Senator Ledama.
Senator Madzayo supported the motion fully. And if you want to make any changes on the other side, or if you don't have somebody who can help, we can provide one for you. And I would like to thank the Speaker for ruling on this issue. And I think these people are trying to see my fellow senators are trying.
Order, members, honorable senators.
My fellow senators.
Senator Ledama and Senator Stewart Madzayo, you are stretching the chair's patience. Kindly allow the member to conclude his contribution.
Fellow senators, let me, I'm a new senator here. Excuse me, I'm a new senator here, you can excuse me. Mr. Speaker, my fellow senators on the other side are trying to twist things around so that you can change your mind. Please, don't accept that. And on supporting the motion, I would like to say this. We've had, in Naivasha, we were told there are some pending issues from the last Senate. And I would like to urge my fellow senators, let us support this motion, as I beg to support. Thank you.
Senator Ledama, what is your point of order?
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that I think synergy is very important. And this is a House of Presidents. And I think it would be important that the chair recognizes and act impartial. Because my good colleague, Senator Wambua, asked a very good question. And he asked a question and said, Mr. Speaker, hypothetically, suppose the decision that you are making is not one which will be taken kindly by the other side. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we refer back to these standing orders. Because standing order number 98 on the point of order clearly states that the Speaker shall either give a decision on the point of order forthwith or announce that the decision is deferred for consideration, after which the senator who was speaking at the time the point of order was raised may continue to speak. Mr. Speaker, I have no problem, no beef at all with your decision. But I think it is proper for us, when we are proceeding in this House, we can be guided properly by the chair. Because if we stand here with the point of order, it's because we know that we must prosecute the matter, and we know the consequences. My colleagues on the other side raised a very pertinent issue. And here now, I may not want to go back to challenge your decision, but I think it's proper for you to guide this House on what next. Because tomorrow, because I've listened to my sister making her submissions here, talking about the agreements between pre- and post-election agreements. And I think it's important because we have institutions and we have authorities on matters that we try to rely on them rather than putting or the chair going into a defensive mode and saying, I am not party to the political matters. Anything we do here, Mr. Speaker, sir, today moving forward will be able to have serious consequences. Earlier on, I rose on a point of order. The chair allowed me to speak on that point of order. I respected the point of order. When the speaker relied on standing order number 1 and asked me to sit and allow my colleagues to make her maiden speech. So I have no problem with my brother, Robert, being in the House Business Committee. It is someone I respect. He's a senator. But I think our good friend and my colleague, Senator Kajuang, raised a very, very important matter that relates on our standing orders. Standing order number 190. In terms of the principle, should we continue debating the matter when we have issues, or should we be guided on that matter? So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to beseech you, to plead with you, that one, you try to develop synergy among all the senators, so that when it comes to a matter that will be affecting all the 47 legislation, or rather 47, what are they called? Delegations, it can be something that can be able to build synergy, because we are another arm of government. And any decision that we make here will affect 47 to 50 million people. So, Mr. Speaker, on this matter, I think the preliminary objection which was raised by, or rather matters that were raised by my colleague, are some things that you should have given us time to deliberate on, or even seek. It's all right. I'm addressing the chair, and I'm, Mr. Speaker, it's something that should have sought some consultation. I think supporting this matter or not, when we're here to debate on a matter, we are guided by precedents. We're also guided by the knowledge that we have on the matter, traditions. So, Mr. Speaker, if my majority leader has indicated to the House that there is a letter which was addressed to the clerk, it should not be difficult for the clerk to be able to table that letter. Or if we proceed with our standing orders, and on the point of order, if a member raises an issue that requires to be substantiated, that member can be given 48 hours or he can table. So, Mr. Speaker, as we proceed, anything that we do today should be something that creates synergy but not try to create division or leads others to conclude that there is impartiality in the chair. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, indeed, this is a House of procedure, guided by the standing orders. And as a House of procedure, it will be improper for a member, however polite, to challenge the ruling of the chair. We have given opportunity to members to canvass and to contribute on that particular point of order. And indeed, if we're a house of procedure, then procedurally, this matter ought to rest because a ruling has been made. So members, again, I'm going to say this. It is within your right to raise on points of order, on a point of order. However, let that point of order be a different point of order and related to a matter that has already been ruled upon. So, members, we will proceed to prosecute the motion that is before us. Nyutu, Senator Nyutu.
I can use. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I had requested to speak to exactly say what you have said, that the side of my minority, they seem to be taking us on circles, a game of musical chairs. And I think that keeps us busy, takes us nowhere. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you have already made a ruling, as you have said, on this particular matter. And I think they should be rising to say, just like the head of Azimio said after the ruling of the Supreme Court, that they accept your ruling, though they may not agree with it. And then maybe you give us a direction on how to proceed. Otherwise, we cannot keep debating something that you have already made a ruling on. They accept, I think that is what they are trying to say, they accept your ruling, but they do not agree with it. So can we proceed? Thank you very much.
Senator Chirage, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, of course I'll cite Senator Kajwang, hold your horses. Mr. Speaker, looking at the importance of this motion and looking at the business that needs to start rolling and having tremendous respect to members that have been nominated to Senate Business Committee, and in line with Standing Order 109, I therefore, Mr. Speaker, request that the mover of the motion be called to reply and the question be put so that we can now move and see who has the numbers. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at Standing Order 109.3, a motion for closure of debate under paragraph 1 or 2 may not be moved by a senator who has spoken to the motion under consideration. Mr. Speaker, since I have not spoken to this motion, I'm within the right to call that the mover be called to reply. We put this motion in question. I think it boils down to numbers. The majority, we have numbers. Let us dispense of this matter and have it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is my consideration, which you can rule now or you can rule before the end of debate.
Honorable Senators, I will allow debate to proceed under 101, and I still believe there are quite a number of issues that members would wish to ventilate, so I will allow the debate to continue. Omar Sheikh Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kenya Kwanza by choice. I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the side of the motion, I support the motion, and I congratulate my party leader and my party leader, Roba, for this position. Senator Roba. So I support the motion.
Senator Cheriot, what is your point of?
It's just a simple point of procedure, Mr. Speaker. You do recognize that there are colleagues of ours who are making their maiden speech, and I wish to request you to please protect them from our colleagues who are over-enthusiastic about nothing, especially Senator Ledama and Senator Wambua, who should know better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please especially protect the women senators. When they rise to speak, I have seen the kind of intimidation that is being carried out on them. Just like on this side, we are allowing our colleagues, some of them to say things that we not necessarily agree with, but given the traditions of the House, allow them. You have seen when Senator Mariam Sheikh rose to speak, you should have seen the kind of faces that Senator Ledama, and you know, he, I don't want to say that he's not extremely handsome, but he changed the look on his face. Senator Wambua was fiddling in his pocket, and you know the part of the country that he comes from, Mr. Speaker. He can be scary. You never know what he can bring out of his pocket. So, Mr. Speaker, my pleading, please protect the honorable senators who are making their maiden speech. It's a very simple request, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo. Honorable senators, the senator is up on. Honorable senators, let's have some order. The Senator for Nandi, you will address the chair. Kindly allow the senator for Isiolo his reason on a point of order. And that's why we want to hear what is her point of order.
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for protecting me, is a rider on what Senator Cheriot has said. We agree the new members to make their maiden speech. But if they make controversial statements, we have a right to intervene, Mr. Speaker, and you should allow us to do that. No. Tradition of the House is very clear. That is my opinion. You cannot intimidate me, Senator Cheriot. I have a
Order,
right.
Members.
Thank you. I'm speaking to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've ruled on this matter, and as a new member, my observation, which surprises me very much, Mr. Speaker, is that in our first sitting, our colleagues from the minority side, on the first day, walked out from this house. On this sitting, on the discussion of a very key, important committee that is supposed to set the business of this house, the same colleagues, the same senior colleagues for that matter, most of them that is, already are prepared to sabotage the House business.
Order, members.
This House,
Order,
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
Order, members. We will be there one day. We'll be there. Order, members.
Thank you. This House, Mr. Speaker, is the upper house. And as the lower house is also sitting, I ask the question, what precedents are we setting as an upper house? 67 members of Senate, serving over 14 million Kenyans, are hereby today, I said over, English word over, are on this day discussing a one Honorable Mr. Roba. And so I ask, Mr. Speaker, if this is the beginning, how will the end be? So I request my colleagues to look at it from this perspective, that one, Mr. Roba, being a member of this committee, you can also, as much as you're on the minority side, be members and leaders of other committees, because this House is going to be fair through this leadership. It is good to be optimistic, my brother Ledama. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've not finished, I just said thank you. And so, as I conclude, I, Honorable Tabitha Mutinda, do hereby strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. I'd really wish to give new members an opportunity, especially from this side, but I don't see them indicating their intention. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki, what is your point of order?
Kuna baadhi ya maseneta wakiinua mikono kama ambao tuko kwenye darasa. Nafikiri mwongozo umetolewa mapema na spika kwamba kama unataka kuongea ama unataka kuchangia hoja iliyoko kwenye meza, ni lazima ubonyeze kidude kinachoandikwa microphone. Nimeona Senator Keroche akipata shida inua mkono akiregesha, mwisho wa spika. Na juzi tulipokuwa Nakuru alituangalia vizuri sana mheshimiwa spika. Kwa hivyo nasikitika kwamba hajaweza kupata utaalamu, na nafikiri pale hasaidiki, kwa sababu mimi nimekaa na Senator Beatrice hapa Montet na Senator Professor hapa kuwaongoza ni vipi wanaweza changia. Lakini mimi nashangaa kwamba Senator Keroche deputy minority leader ameshindwa kujieleza. Asante mheshimiwa spika.
Senator Tabitha Karanja.
Niseme kabisa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you for giving me that opportunity. Na mimi nataka kuchukua nafasi hii. I say I support
Senator Tabitha Karanja.
Oh, sorry.
You need to choose a language. If you choose English, you go English all the way.
It's English, okay.
If you choose Kiswahili, you do Kiswahili all the way. And that is not an issue we need to shout at her.
I apologize. I support the motion, and I'm surprised because for me, when I was looking at those names, I even didn't look the tribe or the party or anything. I just looked at their qualifications, and I believe they are they have what it takes to schedule the business of the house. So let us not waste a lot of time. Let's support this motion and then we move, because I believe we have a lot of bills that we need to bring into this house, and we need to really take care of the time that we'll be using in this house. As Malcolm said, he said we make a difference of what was there before, and comparing the previous house and this house. Being a mono allow us to make the mistakes we'll be making, but we'll catch up. So I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Muma Muyeka, Catherine.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like to thank my colleagues for all the contributions. And as a new member, I have listened to the descriptions that have been given to this house. It's a house of order, a house of rules, the upper house, and other flattering descriptions of this house. I would like to add, in support of Tabitha, that what the 47 million people out there would like us to model is to model the rule of law. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you should lead us in helping to bring back this country to the rule of law. And we must begin on the right note by respecting the rules in the standing orders, the legislation that have been passed by these honorable houses, the Constitution, and even as you have ruled, I would like to request that you candidly look at what you have done and satisfy yourself that we are respecting the rule of law in this country. I therefore wish to oppose. Thank you.
Senator Siango Kalunda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Allow me to start on a note which was a point that was raised by the minority leader, that he indicated that women should be protected. I want to believe this is a house of honorable members. Whether we are new or old, we are serving the nation. And for real, we don't need any protection. We can speak for ourselves, and we can pass our points across. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very important to make sure that we set the right presidency in this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, don't appear to take sides. Let us be very clear on what should be done on this first sitting. And for that reason, I oppose the motion.
Senator for Embu.
Bwana Speaker, sir. Bwana Speaker, sir. Katika Biblia inasema tuko na macho na tuoni. Tuko na masikio na tusikii. Kwa sababu pia kuna usiku na mchana.
Can we give an opportunity
leo tuko mchana.
The senator for Embu?
Na ule haoni kuna mwangaza. Senator ambaye tunampeleka mahakamani amejitetea na akasema anataka kuwa kwa wengi. Hiyo ni kama kusema mko na macho walio wachache na muoni. Pali ingine ni kama kumaanisha katika Biblia, Mr. Speaker, katika Biblia kuna mama wawili walikuwa wanapigania mtoto mmoja. Na wakati walipigana, ule alikuwa nakata kauli akawakuta akaanza kuwauliza mnaendelea nje. Mmoja akasema huyu mtoto tunataka akatwe mara mbili. Lakini yule mwingine akanyamaza. Bwana Speaker, tunakuomba ukate kauli na njia ile inafaa. Kwa sababu mtoto amesema wako upande gani na sisi tunanyamaza tulio wengi. Kwa hiyo mtoto ni wetu. Kwa hiyo tumekaa masaa yote tuangalie. Asante, mimi naunga hiyo mambo mkono.
Senator Mandago.
Honorable Speaker, this motion is a very important motion, and for me, as a senator for Singishu, having been served as a governor, the importance of this House Business Committee cannot be understated, and we need to get the Senate to its feet to be able to discharge its mandate. And Bwana Speaker, should not be lost on us as Senate that the county governments are waiting for this Honorable House to make some important decisions that will enable them unlock some funds that are already being held because of the laws that we need to make amendments. Mr. Speaker, we need to have this House Business Committee as soon as possible, and I would want to persuade my colleagues on the other side of the House to accept that the Honorable Senator for Mandera, Senator Roba, in his conscious decision and as a party, made a decision to join Kenya Kwanza coalition, and that decision should be respected, Mr. Speaker, and they be allowed to serve. Mr. Speaker, I therefore stand to say I support the motion that Senator Roba sits in the House Business Committee.
Senator Ekomwa James.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this golden opportunity that you have given me. As my colleagues have spoken, Mr. Speaker, it is very important to understand the issue at hand. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear, and you have made it very clear. And I want to also tell my colleagues, senators, honorable senators, that we want to put this House in order. We want to give this House direction, or Kenyans, they want direction. They want to hear what we say as senators. to qualify that whatever they chose was the right choice. Mr. Speaker, before I support this motion, the reason I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, let it be very clear, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not just supporting for the sake of saying, oh, I want to propose, to oppose. It's because I want Kenyans to listen and I want my colleagues to listen. Where I come from, the people who elected me, people from Turkana County, now they are bleeding needs. You have heard what has been, people have been killed. People have lost their property. People are people are thirsty. People are dying. The reason why I support this motion, Speaker, so that this committee will be in order to make sure the business of this house is on, so that people who are bleeding will stop bleeding. People who are hungry will stop being hungry. People who are insecure will be secure. This is the reason why I say I support this motion, so that this house will continue doing its business. I will send here, I will send in this house, not to oppose, not to say hey, not to say hi. Mr. Speaker, I was sent here by the people of Turkana County to represent them, not to do any business, to make sure whatever I do here, I do it in the benefit of their issues. I am here, Mr. Speaker. I am here, Mr. Speaker, not to laugh at anybody. I am not here, Speaker, to just to say, oh, okay, it's not an English class, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter as you put it, Mr. Speaker. Whether you put it in Kiswahili, whether you put it in English, it must be a premise, it must be a fact. And I want to thank the leader of my majority, because he was my classmate in philosophy. And in philosophy we say, right is right, even if everybody is against it. And wrong is wrong, even if everybody is for it. Wrong is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for that respect, I stand to support this motion. And those, Mr. Speaker, those committee members who are here, I hope you will do the business of the citizen of Kenya, not your own business. Yes. Secondly, I also request too that the people, have heard people saying, young people, old people. I want to make a point of information. There is no county who is what? There is no county that is small, and there is no county that is whole. We are all representing specific counties, very important counties, very important fundamental counties. So when you say young, are you referring a county or an individual? Yeah. So we have to respect. You have to respect the counties we represent. These are people of different cadres. And you are the best from all the people of that county. That's why you are here. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, I support this motion.
Senator Murango Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to join Majority Leader Cheriot, Minority Leader Stuart Mazayo, and my friend Senator Umburu Ondinga in supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, I come from Kirinyaga County and I was a former MC and a Majority Leader and used to sit in the House Business Committee of Kirinyaga County Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, when I got the list of the people who have been nominated to serve in this important business committee, I didn't see individuals, but I saw the kind of people and what they'll be bringing this House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Romba Ali Ibrahim is number 1 on the members listed, and he is the only governor listed in that in the membership of that House Business Committee, Mr. Speaker. And I tend to think, being a governor, he will also be able to contribute so much in the business committee, and the richness which will be brought there, and the beauty by Honorable Veronica Waheti Duati, the elegance which will be brought by Honorable Morin Tavida Mutinda and others is important in this business committee. Mr. Speaker, my people of Kirinyaga doesn't care who sit in the House Business Committee. We are bothered by Gazette notices which is preventing the cultivation of rice in Mwea, which was issued by the former government, Mr. Speaker. That would be the things that I would like to discuss, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues which are being taken to the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate that the House Business Committee is a non-partisan committee which will look at issues and matters that concern and issues that the Senate should deliberate upon. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot to do, Mr. Speaker. As I sit, Mr. Speaker, we still have devolved functions which are still held by the executive. We have things that we are supposed to deliberate upon: health, water, agriculture, which is still being done by the National Assembly, and while we still believe it should be the work of the Senate. I beg to support, Mr. Speaker, and support this motion, Mr. Speaker, so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Senator Mwinzagu Chimera Raphael.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to fully support this motion. I've looked at that list of the nominees to the Business Committee, and it goes without saying that this is a very crucial committee in this House. I've had the chance to work with a few of the nominees in person, and from my own interactions, these are people that are beyond reproach, and I wish to urge this Honourable House to move with speed and approve this list because there's a crucial agenda that we need to really push as a Senate. And finally, as I finish, I just don't know why our colleagues on the other side of the divide are getting jittery with these names. I mean, these are men and women of great honor. They are beyond reproach. And I believe by the time they've made to the list, then a lot of canvassing has happened in the background. And I don't see why our colleagues who are seniors, who should actually be an example to those who are making our first debut into this House, are really concerned with the names in that list. I wish to say the following words, that earn your leadership every day. And I wish to urge the minority side to please earn your leadership today. Allow us to pass these honorable members so that we can proceed with the core business of legislating this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I fully, strongly support the motion.
Senator Kamau Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and thank you because of giving me an opportunity to speak and ventilate into this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I am here because of the people of Lamu County. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that I was sent into this house by the good people of Lamu County to ventilate into some issues which are very important. Mr. Speaker, I believe and I know that there are so many pending bills in this house that need, Mr. Speaker, to be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, I have been sitting, watching carefully, Mr. Speaker, as a new member of this house. And Mr. Speaker, I have made my conclusion that, Mr. Speaker, we need to move on. We need to move on because there are so many things, bills are pending, waiting for us, Mr. Speaker. And the good people of Lamu County, Mr. Speaker, are looking on me. They want me to represent them here accordingly. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I believe that by supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, we shall make progress. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I honorably wish to support this motion. Thank you.
Senator Kathuri Murungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And on the onset, as Senator for Meru County, I did stand to support this important motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues can go through the standing orders, this standing order number 194, which is giving the functions of the House Senate Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, for sure, they will learn that this is actually the engine. This committee is the engine of the Senate. And the previous house where I was serving, Honorable Mahanzo, my colleague, and others, Ososi, this is a motion we could not even waste 5 minutes before we dispense of this such motion and set the committee moving. Actually, this committee could have sat like yesterday, so that they generate business for this house. And where I've come from, I can see it is a bit different. Because without business to transact tomorrow, then we are even actually misusing taxpayers' money. Why are we supposed to come to this house tomorrow if we have no business to transact? So I'll really beg with my colleagues. This is not a matter even to try to jest our muscles on. So I really humbly submit that this committee should be set on motion. Whoever is a member of the committee is not the main issue. Because if I look through this list, these are credible members actually who have come to this house with a lot of respect from the Kenyans. And the Honorable Speaker, I think if by looking at the mood of this house as at now, most members are now composed, they are relaxed. You can see the SG, ODM is now very relaxed. I think we are set to put the question so that we can move on, Mr. Speaker. And if we use our standing orders, and also noting, Mr. Speaker, we have spent a lot of time on one motion. And maybe also through the crack there is a standing order which gives the time lag or the time that we should spend on every motion. So, Mr. Speaker, with all the guidelines that are in our standing orders, I think we are ripe for the question. And maybe through your authority, I don't want to give you guidance, but any member can stand from wherever he or she is using our standing orders. I think is one, remind me, Honorable, 109, so that we can dispense of this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Sigay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have listened through the debate this afternoon about the membership to the House Business Committee. I have also read through, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Standing Order 190. listening through the members, I have not heard anyone contravening Order 199.4 by in particular opposing the membership of the Right Honorable Senator to the House Business Committee. And if, Mr. Speaker, allow me to read 199.2. Whenever a motion for approval of a list under paragraph 1 is moved in the Senate, no objection against the proposed membership of a senator in a select committee shall be permitted, and objections, if any, shall be formulated against the proposed membership as a whole. I have agonized over this debate. None has opposed the proposed membership to the House Business Committee. As regards the issue of whether the honorable member belongs to the majority or the minority, it is not a subject of a further debate because you have already ruled. Mr. Speaker, I therefore stand to support the motion that the list as presented by the majority leader be approved. I support and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Methu. No.
Thank you very much. I had spoken to the point of order of Senator Mogeni. I am here now to support the motion as has been presented by the Leader of Majority and seconded by the Leader of Minority and supported by the Senator for Siaya, Dr. Oburu Odinga. And from the onset, I would want to state that I was sent here by the people of Nyandarua to come and represent them here. And as somebody has already mentioned, the people of Nyandarua are not interested on who is the member of the House Business Committee. They are interested in the business that we shall be transacting here. So as I rise to support the Honorable Speaker, please allow me also to acknowledge our colleagues from the other side who have been very patriotic. I've seen the Senator for Turkana and the Senator for Lamu. Despite the party lines that have been there, they have chosen to stand with what they think is true. As I already spoke here and mentioned here, about the nomination of Senator Ali Roba into the House Business Committee, he has been here, he has also spoken to this matter. He has said and he has chosen the side that he wants to be. Just like any other senator who is in this House, they have chosen the side that they would want to be in. And we should respect his choice. And in that regard, his nomination and indeed that of the other members who are in the House Business Committee is in order, and I rise to support. We are all here, especially my colleagues. I will not want to speak about the colleagues who are on the other side. I can speak for my colleagues who are on the government side. We are here and we are very interested in pushing the legislative agenda of the government of Kenya Kwanza, which, on whose ticket we are sponsored in here. We have seen our colleagues walk out of these chambers some other time, so we do not know whether it is by design that they want to delay the formation of the House Business or Senate Business Committee. But from this side, our colleagues are very ready. We are willing and we are well prepared to come and present the business that brought us here, and it is in that regard that I support the membership of that committee. Our members from this side will tell you that I was interested in coming in because I ran for the position of the Leader of Majority. But out of, when I looked at the person that was running against, Senator Cheriot, I chose to wait until some other time. I will come in some other time because there is still time. The Senator for Turkana mentioned that people are mentioning about young and old senators here. I might be one of the youngest at 31 as senator representing the people of Nyandarua. but there is something that we call the equality of the vote. I am, I am the youngest, despite the fact that I have tremendous respect for the Senator for Siaya. Both of us are colleagues. Despite our age differences, we are colleagues, and we shall discharge our mandate. We shall use his experience, and he shall depend on my energy. And then we shall be able to move this Senate to the next level. Thank you very much, and I support.
Thank you, sir. Well said, Medu.
Senator Okongo Mogene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, when I stood up, I stood on point of order. I have not spoken on this question. And you're my senior, you understand these standing orders more than myself. I am my neighbor of courage. Mr. Speaker, I want to be on record as opposing the motion that is on the floor. Mr. Speaker, on 8th of September, we took an oath before the floor of this House. And Mr. Speaker, the words were that we shall obey, we shall respect, we shall uphold, we shall preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and the laws of this country. Mr. Speaker, when the people of Kenya enacted this Constitution, if you read the preamble, Mr. Speaker, it says, we the people exercising our sovereignty and right to determine the form of governance that our country wants, enact this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, while I was seated here, the minority leader, Senator Mazayo, I think invoking the provisions of Standing Order 105 on a statement of fact, tabled a letter before this House with communication from the registrar of political parties, where a communication has been made to this House through the clerk, informing this House that UDM is a member of the Azimio coalition, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know that Senator Ali Roba is a practicing Muslim, and I'm also a Christian. And I know under the Quran, Mr. Speaker, lying is a serious sin. And if the people of Mandera are watching, or Muslims, they know the consequences of committing a sin while you know it. And the Muslims in this House know, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, why I cannot support this motion is because doing so, Mr. Speaker, will be supporting the sin that is being committed by one of us, Mr. Speaker, which, according to the Quran, is haram, Mr. Speaker. That's something, Mr. Speaker, I'm not willing to do as Senator of Nyamira and as a citizen of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you read the Constitution, if you read the Constitution.
Senator Boni Kalwale, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, clearly the Honorable Senator from Nyamira is casting serious aspersions against a distinguished member of this House. And Mr. Speaker, to make it worse, he's founding it in religious faith. Mr. Speaker, even if he has no regard for the honorable member, he should have regard for the Islamic faith. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I request that you ask him to withdraw his remarks.
Mr. Speaker, with tremendous respect for the Senator of Kakamega, whom I've had a lot of tremendous respect for, and whose son was a faithful member of Law Society of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any point of order in what he has here said. So I beg that I proceed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if Honorable Alwale wants me to go further, I'll challenge him, Mr. Speaker, to request the letter that has been tabled on the floor of this House to be read. Because what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is a fact. That is a fact, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is a fact, Mr. Speaker. So this motion as presented, Mr. Speaker, creates the erroneous impression that Huda, or is it Kenya Kwanza coalition, has forwarded the name of Senator Ali Roba as a member of the UDA coalition, which is factually not correct, Mr. Speaker. Even if we were to forget our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, if you read the Constitution, Article 94, Mr. Speaker, Article 94, Sub-Article 4, Mr. Speaker, dictates, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to read, that Parliament shall protect this Constitution and promote the democratic governance of this Republic. It is very undemocratic, Mr. Speaker, to poach members from this side to the side of the majority unprocedurally, Mr. Speaker. So if anything, Mr. Speaker, you sitting as our chair, Mr. Speaker, having been elected pursuant to Article 106 of the Constitution, must enforce good behavior, Mr. Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, the registrar has given communication to the House indicating that Senator Ali Roba belongs to the Azimio coalition, there is no way, Mr. Speaker, his name can be forwarded by the majority side. And Mr. Speaker, whatever we do on this floor, Mr. Speaker, will come to haunt us tomorrow. If we go on record today as ignoring communication from an office that is recognized under our laws, that will come to bite us one day, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of those facts that are on record, Mr. Speaker, I stand and I want to be on record as opposing, Mr. Speaker, the motion that is on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I've sat here this afternoon, and on a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker, members from that side, from the majority side, have used unparliamentary language, Mr. Speaker. And we rose, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions on points of order to draw your attention to the usage of unparliamentary language on the floor. Mr. Speaker, you ignored us. But the tragedy of it is, Mr. Speaker, that goes on record, and tomorrow if somebody from the minority side uses the same language, Mr. Speaker, we'll go back to the answer of today and refer you to that record, Mr. Speaker. Because this is a house of record, Mr. Speaker. I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I've been your chair, as chair of Law Society, Mr. Speaker. You have been my faithful member, Mr. Speaker. The moment you sit on the seat of the chair, Mr. Speaker, you are there to serve all of us. Pursuant to Article 124 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we have enacted standing orders that should allow all of us as elected senators, Mr. Speaker, to be given a right to debate before this floor, Mr. Speaker. If you read Article 98, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Article 98 are very clear, Mr. Speaker, that when a senator is on the floor, a senator has a right to rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. That is what the standing orders say, and they have the force of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, because they have been enacted pursuant to the provisions of Article 124 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have worked very hard to be elected as members of this House. And I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, to be fair to all of us, Mr. Speaker. We don't mind the majority having their way, but let the minority have their say. If you read history, Mr. Speaker, there was a speaker in the US, Newton Gingrich, who served from 1995 to 1999, Republican, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, erect debates in the House of Representatives that by the time he was leaving, Mr. Speaker, even the Republican Party was already very unpopular in the US, Mr. Speaker. So it's good, Mr. Speaker, that you allow us to ventilate. We do what we have been elected to do, which is to push, Mr. Speaker, that we do the right things, Mr. Speaker. So I want to state, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that one time in this House, Mr. Speaker, there was a member of Parliament who was called Elijah Mwangale, Mr. Speaker. Elijah Mwangale once told us of a story of the hyena, Mr. Speaker. The hyena went and spoke to a stone. The stone did not respond. But it went away saying, even if you don't respond, you have heard. We have tabled a letter before the House. It's on record. That's a communication from the Register of Political Parties. It clearly indicates that UDM is not a coalition of WUDA, but is on Azimio coalition. So, Mr. Speaker, those who read the Quran, those who are Christians, even if you don't listen to us, you will be haunted forever. I oppose the motion.
Nothing wrong with the Political Parties Act. It's only curing political indiscipline, where people want to belong to one party and another at the same time, where people are elected in one coalition and the next day they troop in their numbers to go and get coerced, Mr. Speaker, so that they can defect for the parties that elected them. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament must remain true to the people that elected them into the House, and those who are elected under Azimio must stick with Azimio. Mr. Speaker, there are people from our region who are elected, and we went as Wiper to support them because they were in Azimio. Now, immediately after the election, they jump and go to Kenya Kwanza. But they have not gone to tell the people why they defected. Mr. Speaker, I think it is a simple decision. Azimio la Umoja is a majority party, and I am the deputy.
Thank you, Honorable. The Honorable, we have really many members. The Honorable Member Chepkonga.
Mr. Speaker.
Chepkonga and Chonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My mind started with CH and it was clear. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time to speak to this motion, and I'd like to take this opportunity first to congratulate you for your worthy election as a Speaker of this House. Two, I'd like to thank the people of Ainabkoi for electing me as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there has been an attempt to persuade you and convince you to believe the wrong facts. In fact, Mr. Speaker, papers have been tabled in this House. You have been told about the election of the majority leader from the Azimio side. You know, Standing Order number 91 requires that you must be correct in the information you provide to this House. And you do not redact. This is not an ICC process, Mr. Speaker, where you redact certain information. The Azimio group, the Azimio coalition group, Mr. Speaker, must include the minutes. And they know this. When you are being elected as a Member of Parliament, you are just not elected by just any other person. There's a register of members in that polling station. And when you are declared as a Member of Parliament, there is a register which shows that these members of Parliament, these voters participated in the election. Mr. Speaker, you have not been shown anything. They have been trying to convince you, you're not trying to hide facts here. You know, under some cloud here, Mr. Speaker. You know, You have heard Honorable Chieng, my very good friend. What he has just told you, he participated in the PG of Kenya Kwanza. And you are being told that it's the same people who elected Opiyo Wandayi as the majority leader. Now, I don't know whether he split into two, so that we had half of Honorable David Ochieng in Azimio, and then the other one in Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker. You know, that is the reason why I'm inviting you, Mr. Speaker, to consider the document that was tabled here as I have information. It is not complete, it's not factual. They need to provide the people who participated in electing the majority leader. This was not a nomination. The standing order is very clear. The election, Mr. Speaker. And there's nothing skittering around on this matter. You must be faithful to the law. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, I have just had an opportunity to have a cursory look on the coalition agreement of Azimio. In fact, I would like to invite you to consider on page 11 that the members, it has already been tabled. I have just had an opportunity of going through, I've been given from the table office. I'll read for you, because you are the one who provided. Article 12 of the Code of Conduct, Mr. Speaker. It says members of the coalition partners shall abide by the provisions of Article 10 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite you to consider Article 10 of the Constitution, what it says. Article 10 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, says they will abide by the national values and principles of good governance, which includes human dignity, equality, and human rights, transparency and equality.
Order. Before you quote in extenso, I've been looking at this document tabled by the Honorable Junet. Having gone through it very carefully, it does not meet the test of a required legal document. It is not, some pages are initials, some are signed, some are blank. Areas where you required two signatures of a certain political parties, there's only one signature. Other required signatories as outlined on the document, such as page 28, are blank, and others on page 27 have the same fate. Others on page 29, same. So I want to direct and rule that this document is inadmissible, and you shall make no reference to it.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, that in fact the document that was tabled was worthless. Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Chepkong, and going to the future, Honorable Junet, if you bring a copy of a document, try and authenticate it so that it can carry the color and force of law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for rescuing us from what Honorable Wambai has sought to put us into. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite you also, and you have been invited, to consider Article 36 of the Constitution on freedom of association and 38 on the freedom on the political rights. I don't know what is wrong with the Constitution.
We can't
Honorable Mohammed has
spoken. It is expunged from the record, so we can't debate it.
You cannot. You cannot have a point of order against the Speaker. Where are you coming from? Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite you to consider the two articles that I've mentioned, together with Article 25. You have heard Honorable Chieng saying that he has moved out of that political party, Mr. Speaker. Article 25 of the Constitution protects and it outlaws slavery and servitude, Mr. Speaker. You know, you cannot come here and tell us that you want Mr. Honorable Chieng to be your slave, or you put him in servitude, Mr. Speaker. That is outlawed in the Constitution. And so that argument in the first instance should not even be pursued in this House, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the person who is doing it is shame on you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other one, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to invite you, except that there's nothing unparliamentary about English language. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you have been, except that now you have expunged this, so there's nothing for me to speak to about this as Azimio. So, Mr. Speaker, with those very few remarks, in light of the fact that you have expunged it, it cannot be considered in this House. Declare Kenya Kwanza as providing the majority leader. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I've given, yes, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, the ruling you have just made has a serious implication on the issue that we are debating, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the only known coalition agreement, and it was demanded by the members here that we should table it, Mr. Speaker, is the same document that in your ruling you have expunged, Mr. Speaker, from the records of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, unless the House has another set of coalition agreement, the only coalition document that is registered with the political parties registrar, Mr. Speaker, is this one, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's protecting from Chepkonga, Mr. Speaker. You know, Chepkonga has been farming for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. He has just come back to the House. Relax, Bana. Relax, Dugyang. Relax, Bana. I'm speaking to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I will hear Honorable Junet.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you know, we are a house of debate, Mr. Speaker. And we have to, you are the only one we can address. Yes. Because the ruling you have made, Mr. Speaker, has a fundamental implication on the issue that we are canvassing before you, Mr. Speaker. Because all our coalition agreement of all those 26 parties is based on that document, Mr. Speaker, that you have expunged today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, does it mean that as far as the House is concerned at this point, Azimio la Umoja coalition document is not recognized in Parliament? Then we move from there, Mr. Speaker.
Babo Wino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the internegram between Azimio One Kenya coalition and the Kenya Kwanza is keyword, Mr. Speaker, in the apex of the law, in the supreme law of the land, and in the Constitution in Article 108 sub-Article 2 that was also read by Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Mr. Speaker, the article is clear that the leader of majority shall be the leader of the majority party or coalition of parties. And going by that, Mr. Speaker, in simple terms, it is very clear that Azimio, kindly give me time. Mheshimiwa, I don't know why you are so excited. Mr. Speaker, going by that fact, it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that Azimio One Kenya coalition party is the majority party in the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, going by the, just keep quiet, one. I know you know only was English, so just keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, going by the rules of interpretation, the literal rule, the golden rule, and the purposive approach, the facticity of the fact is that Azimio Alliance, Azimio One Kenya Alliance is a coalition, is the majority coalition party. Mr. Speaker, number two, we talked about marriage. Mr. Speaker, Azimio is a subsisting marriage. And in this marriage is a potential polygamous marriage. And Mr. Speaker, this marriage is not voidable because there was consummation in this marriage. Mr. Speaker, the person who presided over this marriage was overqualified, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, the grounds for divorce, number one, is adultery or unfaithfulness, which we never experienced in our marriage, Mr. Speaker, because we campaigned together happily. Mr. Speaker, another ground is irreconcilable differences, which we never experienced, Mr. Speaker, in our marriage. And Mr. Speaker, a ground of insufficient or lack of finances has never been a ground. That our partners having seen that Kenya Kwanza was forming the government, they ran away. Mr. Speaker, that marriage is not voidable. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about Article 36, as quoted by Honorable Didmas Baraza on the Bill of Rights, the right to associate, Mr. Speaker, there are limitations to the bills of right, including the right to life. Mr. Speaker, in the doctrine of necessity, in the case of the Queen versus Dudley and Stevens in the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, you know, when these defendants were on a trip, a voyage, Mr. Speaker, as I finish.
The ones who ate a small boy.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the two defendants killed Mr. Parker and fed on him, ate him. Then, Mr. Speaker, in the High Court, it was decided that it was not necessary to take life. But upon appeal, Mr. Speaker, it was decided, they were vindicated, that it was necessary for them to take the life because either way they would have died. Therefore, there are limitations to any law, Mr. Speaker. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, our marriage was...
Babu, the court said they should have cast lots as to who should be eaten.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you are diverting law. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to say that this requires simple interpretation, and we've already been given direction by the majority leader and the majority whip, Honorable Junet, and the majority leader, Honorable Wandai, on the direction to take on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to thank the people of Kiharu for giving me another chance to come and serve them here in the August House. And Mr. Speaker, actually singularly thank them because they advised me not to have any campaign materials, that they would elect me without any. And they actually did that, Mr. Speaker. I also want to applaud the people of Kenya for voting and conducting our elections in a very peaceful manner, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we are all here celebrating our democracy. Going to the issue, Mr. Speaker, I remember very well when we were recalled from recess, Mr. Speaker, to come and discuss the amendment of the Political Parties Act, Mr. Speaker. We looked subdued then because we are facing people in this house who were chest dumping, telling us that they are the system and their way was the highway. Mr. Speaker, we advised them that it is important that this House continues to make laws for posterity and for the good of all. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the bad law they passed, Mr. Speaker, has put them in the situation that you are in today. Mr. Speaker, the question before this House is on who is the majority. Which team is the majority in this House? And Mr. Speaker, this is very clear. We have Kenya Kwanza, where I belong, organized. It is a coalition of political parties. There are agreements, Mr. Speaker, of the constituent parties. We went to the elections, Mr. Speaker, and the parties that make the coalition of Kenya Kwanza emerged victorious insofar as majority is concerned. Mr. Speaker, it has been said there before, but it is good for me to put to record that UDA, the party I belong, we have 145 members in this House. Ford Kenya, Mr. Speaker, the SIBA party, we have 6 members in this House.
Yes, order, there's a point of order. Honorable Elisha.
Mr. Speaker, as one of the celebrated MPs from Game, I want to remind my brother of phonetics. You know, you can't use on or to. You must be clear on the language you're using, please. Speak good English, please.
Mr. Speaker, we may not have time to respond to every frivolities, Mr. Speaker. Ford Kenya has got 6, ANC 8, UDM 8, Mr. Speaker, Chap 2, PA 3, TSP 2, DP, MDG, NAP Kenya, MDDG 1 each, Mr. Speaker, and CCM 1. That makes a total of 179 members in this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, that is already majority. If you add even, Mr. Speaker, the 10 members, independent members, who are currently leaning towards the majority side, Mr. Speaker, you can clearly see now we have almost a supermajority. But there are other issues, Mr. Speaker, insofar as some of the parties I mentioned is concerned. And I am going to the other side, Mr. Speaker, of Azimio, One Kenya Alliance. They purport to have tabled some agreement here, Mr. Speaker, which you have already voided. Mr. Speaker, an agreement signed on a blank paper, Mr. Speaker, at night in a dark room, where most of the material is not given to all the parties, Mr. Speaker, and under duress. There is no contract, there is no agreement that can be made in those kind of circumstances.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. Yes, Honorable Babu.
Speaker, what Honorable Ndindi Nyoro is saying, Mr. Speaker, I know they are important and detailed, but the problem is that the most important parts are not detailed and the most detailed parts are not important. Mr. Speaker, it is very unparliamentary for him to act in a frivolous way, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the documents were signed in a dark room, Mr. Speaker. Did he see it, Mr. Speaker? That is out of order. Was it there, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, because I can see my time is already up, I call upon... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, that the agreements, the purported agreements made on the other coalition, Mr. Speaker, they cannot stand any test. They were made under duress, again in dark rooms and at night, Mr. Speaker. Most of these people were given blank pages to sign, and there is no page with content that is countersigned by those signatories, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is in paralysis.
Ndindi, your time is up. Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity. And first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my party, Jubilee Party, for nominating me to be a member of this parliament, and also to confirm that Jubilee Party is part of the Azimio la Umoja kwa One Kenya coalition. And Mr. Speaker, just to say that the letter that was there before about Jubilee, that was our internal affairs, and Jubilee is firmly in Azimio la Umoja. I just want to confirm that. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue at hand is who is the majority in this House. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people have alluded about marriage. We all went onto a competition when we went to look for votes. Mr. Speaker, we had two handsome men, and each political party chose where they wanted to go. After the battle, which was a fierce battle, and very close to call, Mr. Speaker, we got the results. And Mr. Speaker, I'll say fortunately, the Azimio la Umoja coalition got the majority of members of this House, Mr. Speaker. As fate would have it, Mr. Speaker, when part of our team saw that the other side, they were rising to go to the House on the Hill, some of them, Mr. Speaker, ran away. But I just want to remind them, Mr. Speaker, that it is good once you are signing a document, please read the document and just know the content of the document. Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind them that for the ones who have left, yes, they might vote on the other side, but legally they are with Azimio until 90 days are over from the date after the election from 9th. And after that, Mr. Speaker, I am part of the Azimio Council. They are all welcome to come and table their grievances. And we shall again consider whether the grievances are true, And we can let them go, Mr. Speaker, if they so wish. But at this point, Mr. Speaker, even if they go, Mr. Speaker, and some of them have gone, and we respect their decision. Nobody is being forced or coerced, Mr. Speaker. It's just to let them know that the document they signed, ignorance has no defense. Whether they had read or not, they are bound by that document, Mr. Speaker. And so Azimio Party, Azimio Coalition has several parties, and we are the majority. And Mr. Speaker, I know you have also received communication from the Registrar of Political Parties. So we are not disputing who the majority is. Give us a chance, Mr. Speaker, to come here and agree on the way forward, to form the House Business Committee, so that then we can serve Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address this House. This being my inaugural address to the House, like many have done, I wish to thank my people of Kibwezi West for electing me to represent them here under Maendeleo Chapter. Mr. Speaker, you notice that our party, Maendeleo Chapter, is among the parties whose numbers are being contested, and therefore we have a greater interest than many in the current matter. Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, I know legal arguments follow facts, and therefore it is important for us to lay the facts bare so that when you retreat to make your ruling, it will be as reasoned as possible. It has been insinuated by our friends under Azimio that Maendeleo Chapter and other parties only jumped after His Excellency the President was declared. Nothing can be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, I will be tabling before this House a letter that was written by my party, Maendeleo Chapter, on the 20th of April, over 100 days before the elections to the Registrar of Political Parties, in which letter we requested the Registrar to supply us with the coalition agreement, the Constitution of Azimio Kenya, and the nomination and election rules. Mr. Speaker, as it were then, a country that was run through dictatorship, a country that thought that the system is everything, and a country that disregarded the Constitution, the letter was not replied to. Mr. Speaker, I will also table before this House another letter that we wrote to the Registrar of Political Parties on the 27th of April 2022, in which letter we requested the Registrar to find it, we communicated the decision of the party, the organs of the party, to be removed from the Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Instead, the Registrar told us that she was under instructions from above, as it were, that we cannot exercise our democratic right to move out of the Azimio La Kenya. I will table the documents. Owing to that, Mr. Speaker, therefore, it is not factual, as has been insinuated, that Maendeleo Chapter, under which I am elected and the member for Machakos was elected, moved from Azimio One Kenya Alliance after the elections, because the facts speak against. Mr. Speaker, again, after the elections, and noticing that the majority and minority determine how allocation of committees and leadership in this House is to be determined, we wrote a letter to you, the Speaker, our letter dated 26th of September, and which was received in your office on the 29th of September, in which we restated that our numbers, the two elected members, will be associated with the Kenya Kwanza coalition. Mr. Speaker, I will also table that letter so that it goes on record. Mr. Speaker, in the letter we enumerated the circumstances under which our party was forced, coerced, to join the Azimio Kenya coalition. And we did state that we did not find, and the circumstances under which we were coerced to join could not legally stand, and therefore we wish our numbers to be counted under Kenya Kwanza. The question that we'll be answering is, when I stand here as a member of parliament and say I want to be counted under Kenya Kwanza, can somebody else force me to be in another coalition that I do not want? Don't I have a right under the Constitution to decide where I want to be? Don't I have a right under the Constitution to say where I want to be? Mr. Speaker, it has been put to you. It has been put to you, Mr. Speaker. I do not want to restate the Constitution because it has been properly stated before you. Mr. Speaker, it has been put to you that rights have limitations, and indeed rights have limitations. But when you sit to determine the limitation for under Article 36, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to look at Article 24, which says the test for limitation of rights. To limit a right must be limited by a legislation, and that legislation must clearly state the right which is being limited. Mr. Speaker, in this case, our good friends are relying on the limitation under the coalition agreement. The question you will ask yourself is, can a coalition agreement limit fundamental God-given human rights? When you sit, Mr. Speaker, determine that I, Mwengi Mutuse, under Maendeleo Chapter, and my colleague, Honorable Caleb, wish to be associated with Kenya Kwanza, and that's where our numbers should be counted. And we cannot be forced to be in a coalition that we do not want. Mr. Speaker, also, as you sit to determine, realize that the particular, and I know you have expunged from the record, so we do not have a document speaking to the coalition agreement between under the Kenya Kwanza. But I have seen in documents that the coalition agreement says that you cannot move until 3 months are over before the elections. Also, exercise your mind as a seasoned advocate that that time is going to lapse on the 9th of November, which is about 3 weeks to come. And therefore, it is anticipated, actually, people can move out. It is anticipated that people can move out. Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, we are making our argument and everybody will have the opportunity to make that argument. And Mr. Speaker, find that the requirement to wait for 90 days is unreasonable. Mr. Speaker, under Article 38 of the Constitution, the political rights that are given to the citizens of this country, you are supposed to enjoy them without unreasonable restrictions. Unreasonable, mark the word, unreasonable restrictions. To require us to stay for a particular time when we are not there is an unreasonable restriction, and therefore null and void to the extent that it is unreasonable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support that we are in Kenya Kwanza, and that is where our numbers should be counted.
The Member of Parliament for Mandera North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate. For the record, I'm a member of UDM, and in fact a senior member as the deputy party leader of UDM. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution guarantees freedom of association and freedom of movement. You can at any one time associate yourself with any party or individual as you so wish. And the Constitution is the supreme. The Azimio Coalition Party, One Kenya, has what we call the council, where each member of their coalition is represented by one member of the party. For record, UDM is not represented in that council, and it is in black and white. Our party, UDM, if they say that we were part of the Azimio coalition, we contested in various and many counties. One example is in Siaya County, which is also the bedrock of Azimio. A member who was a candidate of under UDM has been called names, including hii ni watu ya Al-Shabaab, coming from Azimio. So that means we were not part of Azimio. That has been said, it's on record. So that shows we are not part and parcel initialed and I was present as a senior member of UDM. The one that we signed in KICC on 12th of the March, we have not seen any of the copies except the last page only had a signature. So whatever we signed is what now Honorable Junet has brought with some pages which are blank. That is hot air. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm as the Deputy Party Leader of UDM that we are family in Kenya Kwanza coalition and we are no longer or we do not want any association with Azimio One Kenya Party. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Le Correre. Mheshimiwa, are you called Le Correre or Correre? Correre. You have the floor. Give the honorable member the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, indeed, I want to confirm to this House that Jubilee is a member of the Kenya. No, please. Jubilee is a member of the Azimio.
All the honorable members.
Hold your horses, members. No. Honorable Speaker.
You will be heard in silence, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, I want to ask my colleagues in Kenya Kwanza that a woman standing here is an independent woman. I didn't come to this parliament through some party waves. I created my own wave which brought me here. And I am in Jubilee and I am in Azimio One Kenya Alliance. And I want to confirm this, Mr. Speaker. You know, a lot of people have talked about coercion and duress. And they left me wondering, what kind of cowards do you have in this house? I mean, full men, upstairs and downstairs, talking of coercion. I mean, Honorable Speaker, was it at gunpoint? Was it at knife point? Could they scream for help? What exactly was the problem? And Honorable Speaker, a lot of people have been talking and making reference to this constitution. The same constitution these members want to define. Because we have been read Article 108 and 107. As to who is the majority leader, it leaves no doubt. It is Azimio, honorable members, until such a time when you can walk out of this marriage. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say, because I come from a community where polygamy is accepted and it is actually celebrated. And Honorable Speaker, in this marriage, some of our members have chosen to flirt with the people they think have money. Wait until you know where that money is coming from. And I want to plead with the members of this House. You know, today we are enjoying democracy that a lot of Kenyans died for.
There's a point of order, Honorable Correra.
You know, Honorable Speaker, when you state something, Honorable Speaker, more so when you state something as Honorable Sarah Correra is stating and waving a copy of the Constitution, and she quotes Article 107 and 108 and qualifies that by saying that if you read, then you will know Azimio is the majority party. I think Honorable Sarah Correra is completely out of order because there is nothing in the Constitution, either in Article 107 or Article 108, that decrees that a party by name is a majority party. And I think, Honorable Speaker, it is important that she withdraws that statement because you are talking about defilement of the Constitution. It is defilement of the Constitution to purport that the Constitution decrees that Azimio is a majority party. Article 108, Sarah Correra, maybe, Honorable Speaker, if she has not had the benefit of reading Article 108, it is simply defining what the majority party is. Who is the majority party? But not the certain political party, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Correa endelea.
Honorable Speaker, I might not want to respond to Honorable Ichung'wa, but I also want to inform him that I'm properly schooled, I'm not semi-literate, I'm not illiterate. I can read this constitution. All what I was making reference to is we cannot purport to defend the same constitution which we again at the same time want to define. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I was saying, the democracy we are enjoying today, Kenyans fought for it, some died for it, and some members, you know, somebody spoke about slave trade. Indeed, there is slave trade in this country. That is why you are seeing our young people going to Saudi Arabia, being promised heaven on earth, the same way. Some guys are crossing the floor now because they have been promised heaven on earth.
The Honourable Member for Ganze. The Honourable Member for Ganze. If you speak in 3 minutes, I'll give the last chance to Honorable Atandi.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Speaker. Kwanza kwa sababu hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza.
Is your maiden speech?
Yes.
Okay, you will be heard in silence.
Okay, asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwanza nataka nichukue nafasi hii nishukuru watu wa Ganze kwa kuniamini na kunichagua kuwa mbunge wao katika hili bunge la 13. Mimi nimechaguliwa kwa chama cha PA. Na kusema kweli Bwana Speaker, nikisimama hapa leo ninashangaa kusikia kuwa watu wa chama cha Azimio One Kenya Coalition wanasema kuwa chama cha PA ni miongoni mwa vile vyama ambavyo viko katika muungano huo. Lakini mimi nataka kusema kuwa chama cha PA kilitoka katika muungano wa Azimio tarehe 8 mwezi wa 5, miezi mitatu kabla ya uchaguzi. Na hii ilifanyika kwa sababu gani? Hii ndoa ya PA na Azimio ilikuwa si ndoa iliyo sawa kwa sababu kulikuwa na mizozano mingi sana. Nakumbuka wakati wa kampeni chama cha Azimio kija kule mashinani kule Pwani kilikuwa hakiruhusu wanachama wa vyama vingine waweze kuungana katika ile mikutano yao. Walikuwa haruhusu hata campaign posters ziwe printed katika chama cha Azimio. Kwa hivyo tulipata shida sana wakati wa kampeni. Watu wa Azimio ama kupitia ODM walikuwa wamejaa kiburi, walikuwa wamejaa madharau, na walikuwa haruhusu mikutano yao watu wa vyama vingine waende pale. Kama walikuwa hawatutaki wakati huo, nashindwa kwa nini wanatutaka saa hizi. Mimi nikikaa hapa najiuliza tu, kwa mfano kama Azimio ingechukua serikali, wangekubali kweli kuwa hivi vyama vingine wawe karibu na wao? Sidhani kama ingekuwa hivyo. Kwa hivyo sisi tunashukuru muungano wa Kenya Kwanza ulitukaribisha, na kwa miezi mitatu kabla ya uchaguzi tulifanya kampeni tukiwa katika muungano wa Kenya Kwanza. Na hata saizi mimi ni kuomba tu kuwa wanachama wote wabunge watatu wa chama cha PA walio ndani ya bunge hili, hao hawako ndani ya muungano wa Azimio, lakini wako katika muungano wa Kenya Kwanza, na hapo ndio tutabaki katika muda wa maisha wa bunge hili. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Honorable members, we still have actually 30 minutes. I want to ask the House if you concur. We have a reduction to 3 minutes so that we can have at least 10 members to speak to this. Atandi, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And like all my colleagues have done, I want to congratulate you for being elected the Speaker of the 13th Parliament, and also to thank my voters, the great people of Alego Usonga, for re-electing me to this House. Honorable Speaker, since the introduction of multi-party democracy in Kenya 30 years ago, I am the first to be re-elected into Parliament. And so I want to thank my voters for that. Honorable Speaker, coming back to this matter, I can see that you are being persuaded to rule in favor of Kenya Kwanza in as far as the majority leadership of this House is concerned. But I want to urge you to confine yourself to the standing orders of this House, which says that the authority, standing order number 2B, the authority from where you are supposed to receive the guidelines on the majority leadership of members of this House is the registered political parties. I want to urge you to restrict yourself to that standing order when you sit back to make your decision on this matter, because we cannot purport to be guiding you on which side is majority when the law is very clear. The standing order is also very clear. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, I have seen that most members are complaining that they were coerced into joining Azimio la Umoja coalition. And I want to be specific to my brother, David Ochieng, who is here, who is my neighbor. Honorable Speaker, David Ochieng joined Azimio la Umoja coalition by force. Actually, we didn't even want him to join. He joined by force because he knew that without Azimio la Umoja, he will never be elected, he will never be here. He was using Baba's name. He was using Baba's name to be able to be elected. Same as these UDM members. Honorable Speaker, if you rule in another way, then, Honorable Speaker, you are helping in mutilating democracy.
I will give the floor to the Honorable Julius Melly. Julius Melly. 3 minutes. You will get time to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise
if
to...
you can compress your argument in 2 minutes, so much even the better.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the people of Tindred for giving me this chance to serve them for the third time in this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you most sincerely, especially for giving us this time to deliberate and to talk about the issues that are before us. But to make it very clear, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution is quite clear on which party forms the majority in this House. And it has been said very clearly by the honorable members, by the Constitution 108, Article 108, that the party with the majority, and it has been stated quite clearly by our majority leader designate, Honorable Ishungwa, that we have 179 membership in this House. Honorable Speaker, the standing orders put it very clear that the party with the largest number of members forms the majority party. That you've been magnanimous enough to allow us to actually ventilate here and to show the House and the country that Kenya Kwanza Alliance is actually the majority party. Azimio One Kenya Alliance, Honorable Speaker, has had its house built by force, by coercion, by actually blackmailing members. And I think there is a lot of testimony here from a number of members, from all parties, from Chap, from UDM, and from even PAR, that they are actually not in that coalition. And the Honorable Speaker, you've known that even during the campaigns, Chap, PAR, and all the other parties campaign with Kenya Kwanza. That they are actually being counted in Azimio is illegal and it is actually unconstitutional. Honorable Speaker, you realize that in Article 36 of the Constitution and 38, that there is freedom of expression, there is freedom of association. Therefore, by forcing these members to sit in Azimio One Kenya Alliance is actually unconstitutional, illegal, and should actually be voided. And therefore, you guide this House that One Kenya Alliance, Kenya Kwanza is actually the majority party in the House. Thank you.
Owen Bayer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I also want to thank the people of Kilifi North for re-electing me. But I would like to say at the onset that before we amended the law on political parties, there was sufficient law for Azimio to be a coalition. There was sufficient law. And they didn't need to change the constitution to form themselves into a political coalition, political party. Now that the chicken have come to roost, they want to come back and say they are a coalition. Mr. Speaker, they are a coalition political party and they don't have membership here. And Mr. Speaker, rule that there is no Azimio coalition on the first. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on Article 259 of the Constitution, there is the element of good governance. When you have a president who runs the executive, you have the party that is not in government running pick and pack. We have had the argument between Badi and Babu Owino about who will be the chair of pick and pack. In essence, preparing themselves to sit in the minority. Because it is the minority side that will check government. Now, Mr. Speaker, we cannot have the
Point
team
of
that
order
says...
From Honorable Badi.
Mr. Speaker, it's completely out of order to misrepresent facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of park and pick, we decided on our own to say that it will be chaired by a party or coalition of parties which is not forming the national government. There is no mention of majority or minority.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to get into an argument with the former. You know that's why ODM removed him. But I also want to say that I don't want to listen to you now. Mr. Speaker,
Address
we cannot
the
have the party that is purporting to be majority in Parliament to actually sit in pick and pack at the same time. We can't do that, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, fidelity to the Constitution. The article on political rights and the articles on freedom of association needs to guide you, Mr. Speaker, so that you can protect the fundamental rights of the members of the parties that I've said to be in Azimio. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kabondo Kaspul.
This one. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I want to thank my constituents in Kabondo Kasipul for electing me for the second time. And secondly, I want to congratulate you for being elected the Speaker of this House. Mr. Speaker, what we are talking about today is a matter of numbers to determine who is majority and who is the minority. Mr. Speaker, we have received communication from the office of the regulator. And the regulator has stated clearly that the majority, as we speak, is on the Azimio side as of the 7th of September. Mr. Speaker, we signed coalition agreement. And when you sign an agreement, you abide by those laws of that argument. Mr. Speaker, I did not see anybody being pulled or being forced to sign those arguments. In any agreement, Mr. Speaker, or contract, there is an exit clause. And we have an exit clause within the coalition agreement of Azimio. The members who are not comfortable with Azimio after the marriage are free to move, but within certain rules and regulations of that contract. Mr. Speaker, we know that it ends on the 9th of November. Mr. Speaker, today, Azimio is the leader. But on the 9th, that might be a different question altogether. And this parliament is unique, Mr. Speaker. We have never had a parliament, apart from 2007, where the majority was not clearly defined by the numbers. And therefore, it will be your wisdom and the letter from the regulator that will determine what happens today. But after the 9th, I don't think you may have a problem if those people decide to stay with the Kwanza or with the Azimio. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them to be patient and wait for the time to exit.
Member for Kangundo. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate you for coming as a speaker. And also, indeed, I thank people of Kangundo for electing me second time as a party leader of GDDP. Honorable Speaker, indeed, we as GDDP, we signed the coalition with Kenya Kwanza. And Mr. Speaker, as we try to go to make the determination, I want you to follow the following plea from we as Grand Dream Development Party. Article 48, sub-article 2, it gives us the definition of largest parties and the largest coalition in this house so that we can determine what is majority and minority. Mr. Speaker, this article, sub-article 2, we have talked about it very much. But I want, when we are coming with determination, to tell us how many coalitions went for election in 2022 in this 2022 election. One, I want to know whether Azimio Coalition Party was a coalition as well as Kenyans or was a party. Second, Honorable Speaker, I put a plea to you in Standing Order 20, sub-article 2, subsection 2. Subsection 2 gives us the majority party gives the minority leader, majority leader. The minority party with the number which produced this house gives the majority leader. So we want to understand if the majority party, which is not in coalition with another party, can give majority leader with a deputy leader from another party. This also is going to affect the people in the minority side. We want to know through Standing Order 20, Section 2, that the party which forms the minority, if it's ODM, we want to know whether the deputy can come from Wiper. Again, Honorable Speaker, we want to understand the right of movement and association. Article 36, sub-article 2, give the right of association. But that right, does it go with value or leave the value where you are? So I want to migrate from this coalition or shifting my party. Do I shift with my voting rights or I leave my voting right where I signed an agreement before? I'm going also to Article 38. Article 38 gives the shifting of political parties. Today, as a party leader, my member can shift to another political party. Mr. Speaker, the noise cannot stop me pursuing my case. Honorable Speaker, if today a member moved from UDA party to ODM party, does he leave?
Your time is up. Member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there are quite a number of issues that I wanted to raise on this matter. However, because I'll only have 3 minutes, I think it would be in order for me to just frame the issues for you as you retreat to determine this matter. Mr. Speaker, there'll be a number of issues that you shall be considering. And I think of important, firstly, you shall be considering the issue of the contracts that were entered into in the pre-election coalitions, and also the contracts that have been entered into in the post-election coalitions, Mr. Speaker. We have heard this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, that contracts were obtained under duress, Mr. Speaker. Contracts were obtained under coercion, Mr. Speaker. Contracts were obtained under intimidation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that you shall want to preside over, to apply your mind on.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, Mr. Speaker, issues of coercion and intimidation today were raised so much on this floor. But Mr. Speaker, do you have any expertise to know whether there was coercion or whether there was intimidation? Do you have that knowledge, Mr. Speaker? Just like the way you dismiss my document, can you clear that matter now, Mr. Speaker? Whether you have the capacity to know there was coercion, there was intimidation, Mr. Duress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I can assure you, Honorable Junet, that in coming
Mr. Speaker, so that he doesn't hit into my...
I'll only consider material facts.
I'll ask the table to just reserve my time, Mr. Speaker. But the second issue I think that you should apply your mind on, Mr. Speaker, when you retreat, is this issue of freedom of association, Mr. Speaker.
is anyone bound to be in a place where they don't want to be, Mr. Speaker? And I shall not even exhaust more time on that. Mr. Speaker, the most important issue that I think you should consider is that this matter is of great public interest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how you determine this matter is going to determine whether this House shall apply itself to the constitutional mandate that it has been given by the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Because as we speak now, this House has business to prosecute, Mr. Speaker. We might not even afford time to waste as we determine on such issues that are clear as day and night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to remind ourselves that very fateful Sunday that we were called out of recess to come and prosecute this matter as the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who is talking about duress is the one who, if you go to our Parliament broadcasting tapes, you will see the man who uprooted the Speaker on that fateful night as I was trying to contribute to this matter, to try and warn the honorable member for Suna East that this is a law that shall come back to bite them from the behind, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it will be upon you, Mr. Speaker, to just retreat and determine these matters, and it shall come out, Mr. Speaker, clearly that there is a coalition party, there is a coalition of political parties, and there is a party. And when you consider all this, it shall be found that Kenya Kwanza is actually the majority. Mr. Speaker, to quote Honorable Junet,
the Honourable Member for Embakasi South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. First, let me start off by thanking the people of Embakasi South for having seen it fit for me to serve them for the second term. Mr. Speaker, the law is very clear. The only person to determine which party or coalition a party belongs in is the registrar of political parties. The registrar of political party has expressed herself and indicated where these parties belong. She has also written and indicated that the earliest they can exit is on November 9th. So as we sit here today, they all belong in Azimio. Mr. Speaker, some of them went to court and they were advised that they must adhere to the regulations that they appended their pens on, and the earliest they can exit is on November 9th. So any ruling that's contrary to the advice of the only person that is allowed to register political parties and coalition, any ruling to that contrary would be unconstitutional by itself. Thank you.
The member for Kiminini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and congratulations for being elected Speaker and all members as well. I take this opportunity to thank the Almighty and the great people of Kiminini for getting me to this August House. Back to the debate. Mr. Speaker, sir, numbers do not lie. After the elections, Azimio had 173, Kenya Kwanza had 164, there was 12 independents, which brings us to 349. And after the announcement of the Kenya Kwanza leader, candidate to be the president, as they always say, success has got many mothers and fathers. There was a shift. But constitutionally, if you look at the Political Parties Act of 2011, a political party can only enter into a new coalition agreement after finally exiting an existing one. Now, what our brothers have done who moved to Kenya Kwanza They just gave an intention. They've shown an intention to move. Because constitutionally, as much as we also really respect our Article 36, the right of association, but at the same time, that association should exist within the legalities. And what we know, an example, within that agreement, there were some parameters. We don't live in a legal vacuum. There were timelines. I noted this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, even a simple movement from that side of the aisle to this side, you have to walk out and bow before you cross. So I do not see why such a weighty matter could not be worked on within the legalities. So to me, my humble submission, Mr. Speaker, sir, the world is watching, Kenya is watching, your non-legal expertise and acumen is now under test. And your illustrious career in both houses, Senate and this Parliament, counts. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, with all due respect, our expectation is to see your brilliancy through a fair ruling. And asking myself a very simple question. When the books of history are being written, and we are talking about the ruling in the 13th Parliament by Speaker Moses Wetangula, which part of the ruling will you want to be, a progressive one or a retro-progressive one? And finally, Mr. Speaker, allow me just to make a quote here from Shirin Ebadi, not John Badi. Shirin Ebadi is an Iranian woman. In 2003, was the first one to get a Nobel Peace Prize. And what she said, if you want to raise a crop for 1 year, plant corn. If you want to raise a crop for decades, plant trees. If you want to raise a crop for centuries, raise men. And if you want to plant a crop for eternities, raise democracies. Mr. Speaker, sir, we count on your experiences and all acumen. Thank you very much.
The member for Mhaya.
Very lucky. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance, and congratulations. Also thank the people for Mhaya for giving me a chance to represent them again in this second term. Honorable Speaker, when you retire to your table to make a decision, I think for me, what will really count will be Article 2 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, because this one pronounces itself on the superiority of the Constitution and really brings out the idea and fact that any other agreements made must be constitutional. So if there are any agreements that are lasting 2 months, they are lasting 1 month, and they are not constitutional, or they are really blocking the certain rights as stipulated in Article 36 and 38, then those will be null and void. That one way, Honorable Speaker, will not have to avoid. Honorable Speaker, another thing, and I hear a few speakers almost threatening you about the history that you'll make. Don't be worried. It seems every speaker who comes here has to make some tough decision. Yours is this one, for me, that you really finally have to make a decision on whether these collisions that we are talking about are determined pre or post. And that is real the decision that will help us move forward into posterity. Because one speaker did allude on the American case and how the minorities, sometimes the government may not have the majority. But the best case study would be found in Europe, especially France and Germany, where collusions are the order of the day. And you will notice, Honorable Speaker, that most of those decisions are made after, post-election agreements are the ones that really make decisions in those two dominions or countries on which side holds government and holds the majority. So a better case study would be found in Europe and not even in America. Honorable Speaker, Article 36 is so serious, but it has been spoken on by many speakers, that the rights of the individual and the person, or even the party, is very important. So if we shall curtail the rights of people for several months because we signed some agreement or some document, honestly, we shall be just progressing slavery. Honorable Mbadi, I think you should surrender this matter once and for all. And I want to remind you one thing as I conclude. One Honorable Bunyasi
tried to assist you when we were making this law, but Junet almost beat that guy, and I went to protect him with my broken arm. Remember the Bunyasi Amendment. You are roasted. Thank you.
The Honorable Muruga.
If you are a holder of any unclaimed financial assets, surrender all unclaimed financial assets in your possession to the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFAA, today without having to pay interest or penalties. Take advantage of the Finance Act 2022 moratorium on penalties and interests. For more information, visit www.ufaa.go.ke/.